Hello. My new intro music, it almost started replaying there. But I finally went and found music to use. And I thought it sounded really good. It took me hours to pick it all out. I thought it sounded nice. I hope that you think it sounded nice too. It's good to see you guys. Hello. Man, it's been like a pretty eventful time on Twitter, huh? Between like drama and pedantic nonsense and whatever else. The Epstein emails. I've been having, oddly enough, a hilarious time reading them because he had quite the opinion about things that I can't even repeat on YouTube, but they were pretty funny. They were pretty funny. Oh yes, I try to go 10 minutes early every time I stream. I like to try to be functional. So sometimes I'll go like a couple minutes early just to make sure Restream is going to connect to YouTube because I do have really shitty internet. Jeffrey Epstein interview with Bannon about halfway through. Yeah, I want to react to that sometime. Tuesday I'm going to do some Epstein stuff, okay? I never thought I would actually finally do like Epstein stuff for my content, but you know what? Here we are. Not tonight though. I already promised you guys Booktok stuff and we're gonna do that. Like I got a video I'm going to watch with you guys, and then I have some excerpts from a couple of horrendous books that I've seen in Walmart, like I told you I was gonna do. So, yes. As long as you, yeah, you gotta say it in context, right? So the Steve Bannon interview with Epstein, I've only seen bits and pieces of it because, like, I'm very tempted to watch the whole thing on stream. But I'm pretty sure because it was an unreleased interview that Bannon was just sitting on, and considering what close friends Epstein and Bannon were, I imagine it was like kind of like a test interview so Epstein could just like get really good at trying to sell himself in a certain way. Which actually makes me even more interested in watching it. Because this is Epstein getting to be the sociopathic freak that he is. With the help of Steve Bannon helping him get comfortable with doing an interview. And I know a lot of people are like, well, why is it that Bannon's just now releasing that interview? And honestly, maybe he was under an NDA of sorts. Maybe some whatever. Or it could be because he's trying to cash in. I don't know. I don't really have like a idea on it, but it is questionable, isn't it? But yeah, Tuesday, we're gonna look at some Epstein stuff. Howdy, Mitch Ryan. Now that's something I've also thought as well, which is, was Bannon axed under Trump because of the Epstein connection? And I kind of wouldn't doubt it, honestly. I don't know. There's too much at play here to really pinpoint something, isn't there? But it's weird. I wish Breitbart was still alive. Like, we're talking about these people. I wish Andrew Breitbart was still alive. Rest in peace. I hope you guys have been doing very well and that you've been having a great weekend. It's still quite the middle of winter for me, so it's too icy and frozen outside for me to do anything. But I've been stuck inside with tea, with Twitter drama. I hate drama, believe it or not. even though like some of you guys who follow me on Twitter and you saw that I was just throwing my 2 cents into the fray and I had some pedantic stuff come my way. I'm drinking some chamomile, by the way. Of course. Man, I don't know. Like, just it's kind of not kind of. It's quite a lot terrible that the Rev, I don't want to call it the Rev drama. This advanced GG drama is still going. Is still going. And then there was like some artist company that came out for that one VTuber who is Powder. I'm still very new to getting acquainted with everybody, okay? And I'm also slow. But they came out and was like, "Oh no, if you're gonna continue to be toxic, we're gonna revoke the privilege for you to use that model." I can't find that tweet anymore. I wanted to quote tweet that and like shame that company, but I can't find it. But yeah. I am doing good. I'm doing very good. I'm a little tired. But that might be the weather. I don't know. Not all of it, young. Not all of it. I mean, there is like quite a bit where it's like they were eating like dismembered babies or stuff like that, and that's the stuff that's anonymous tips. Like if you had called in and was like, yeah, Epstein anally raped me, dude, they would have put that in the file. But the most of it is emails. That, let me tell you something. Let me tell all of you guys something. Reading those emails, he was quite the boomer. All right, have you guys noticed like how he typed in those emails? He was like a whole half step away from like talking in all caps to people. He was such a boomer about it. But he was really funny. And the funniest one that I've seen is like the link that somebody sent him to efuck.com to look at some 1971 giant pussy lips. Is efuck still around? I kind of want to put that link in and do it. I meant the Trump tip line. Oh wait, yeah, hang on. I actually forgot about Trump having that. Is that the one that everybody was saying like, yo, Epstein, he's a cannibal. I'm not defending him, by the way. It's just there's like a whole lot where it's like just people just adding stuff to it. You guys have to forgive me. I have to drink my tea with a big spoon. 'Cause it's fun. Okay, so tonight we're gonna start off with a video that is by a lady who is talking shit about Booktok, and I want to start off reacting to that. I've been waiting since last week to see what she has to say. I'm also curious because she is a female, and it's like, okay, so what's gonna be her perspective on this? Now, I will tell you guys, I've not really inundated myself with Booktok outside of just sampling it, as I told you before, going to Walmart and finding the books and just reading random excerpts. I know they have like an insane fandom. It's whatever, but that the files are more so about Trump. Well, anything that anyone was like trying to incriminate Trump on, like that was debunked for sure. And then I don't know, a lot of like the pedophilic things are really shining through, which is very disturbing. All the talk of like cheese pizza, the ones where they're like, oh, I'm going to Somalia, you want me to bring you back a baby or two? Boy or girl. So Madonna, you know, that one, that was almost verbatim what one of them said. It's been writing based. The writing's been bad. The writing's been really bad. And then there's we're talking about Booktok. Let me get back to my whatever the hell I was just saying. But like, yeah. Yeah, that UK guy, you know, I don't know who the fuck that guy was, Lord something, that resigned over the Epstein files. Like, he's like, well, they found out that I was a kitty diddler. I'm outie. Bye. Like, who? Lord something? Malignant tumor, I think. But anyway, yeah, Booktok. So, in which we'll get started. Let's talk for like just a couple more minutes and then we'll get started. Yeah, a lot of the critique from women have been like the writing. And then, I don't know, for me, comically, I like to hold them accountable because of the way that women will hold dudes accountable for how they write women. It's like, okay, let's have fun with that double standard, shall we? But their writing is terribly bad. I know like some of the pedantic retards that have been finding me lately, there's just a slight handful of them. They're probably gonna come at me and be like, you didn't even read the books. And it's like, yes, but I have a frontal lobe that is currently functioning compared to that person. So I'm gonna make use of my free will, not read those books, and just read excerpts from them, because that's good enough. Oh, and you know what? There's probably gonna be some new faces lurking or chatting tonight, because as I have finally started posting on YouTube over the past like how long, week or so, I haven't like got to properly introduce myself to the new people. So I'm gonna give you like a quick minute of what I do, who I am. So I am Zatris. I used to primarily be on Rumble. I've been VTubing for like 2 years. I was always very avoidant of coming to YouTube because well, really just because of how, like, if you were deemed right-wing, like, you were instantly bogged down in the algorithm, and I just kind of figured I'd never grow. And from where the left had such a stranglehold on social media that, like, I would probably, like, just get banned, perma-banned, right? So most of my content for the past 2 years is on Rumble. I've done book readings, like it was like I did 1.5 years of that, like where I was reading books to everybody. They're not very good, but they are very entertaining. And I chose philosophy and various things of that nature to read to everybody. And then what sprang out of that, because I rant and rave so much, because I can get a little passionate and fired up about shit. All right. And that's what created Wingin It. So I would have a space to rant about things that I would get stuck on topics about in my book streams. And then sprinkled in between, I do gaming streams. I need to get back to playing Hytale for all of us. I miss playing Hytale. And it's had more updates since the last time I played. But, you know, currently, Wingin It kind of evolved into me, like, talking about topics, and then sometimes current event stuff. And lately, it's been me, like, trying to get more into doing React content, which I was very hesitant about, because I think a lot of React content is VTuber slop, and I'm like, hey, I don't have, like, the free will to want to do this stuff. But I found ways to make it fun for myself, because I get to explore Warhammer. I get to, I don't know, eventually do the goth stuff. I saw some of you guys requesting that. So, yeah. But yes, Rumble. That's a whole back catalog of everything I've ever done VTubing wise. Which Rumble is very nice compared to Twitch in only with the fact that, like, they don't delete VODs. I mean, Rumble needs a lot of improvement, but they don't delete VODs. So, unlike Twitch, so. But yes, you guys, like, you can find my link tree. It's underneath my streams. And I implore you, like, if you want to know more about me, there you go. I got some stuff over on Rumble in playlists. If you are interested in books that to see what I did, like on Rumble, you'll see like a little playlist option. You can see where I did place all that stuff in a playlist for you. And I also want to say before we finally get into what this bitch is going to talk about that I'm going to react to, and then after we watch the video, I'm also going to show you all these Walmart smut books that I've seen. Like I went and dug them up. Surprised you're not on Kick? I would be on Kick currently, but like I keep getting so many hundreds of new followers on Twitter that I just keep streaming on Twitter as my third platform. So people who are like lurking, like they're doom scrolling, or they're at work, or they're like they're wanting something in the background, and they've always been curious about me, they got that chance. But here in like a few days, I will start switching to Rumble, YouTube, and Kick. Yeah. Because like since I had to take a hiatus for a couple months because I had a very severe health problem arise, and then I finally came back, and it's been like what, 2 weeks now, 2.5 weeks or so. And during this time I've been doing Twitter, but I think it's about time that I switch it to Kick. So we'll definitely be doing Kick. And I also have Kick in my link tree if you want to follow me there. I need to show Kick more love. I gotta tell you, like finally like starting to post on YouTube to grow my channel. I was so reluctant about it, guys. I was so reluctant about it. But those of you who found me through my wait, what was the video again? I'm about to confuse signal chat. Hang on. The virtue signaling video. The VTuber virtue signaling video. For those of you who found me there, I am so happy that you are now part of my Zatriot front. That you are my little Uber mention. I promise to treat you well. I promise. Okay? And we can laugh and make fun of people who are just so stupid. All these stupid people. Whether they're woke, whether they're lefties, whether they got their fingers in the ears and they don't want to listen to anything. They don't want to listen to no reason. Yes. That's what we do here. Well, that's what I do. I got a lot of hate for the government in my heart. So, and also for like retarded shit as well. Like that's partially why like we're talking about Booktok tonight. So, I hope that you understand me a little bit better. All my new faces over on YouTube, even on Twitter. On Twitter, I can't see Twitter chat right now, but I'm happy that you're here too. And you know what? I think that we should finally go watch this fucking video, guys. I think I've yapped enough. Do you think I've yapped enough? I think I've yapped enough, brothers. Let me get a little situated. Excuse me. Comfy. Comfy and in your face. This is how you know I'm serious business, alright? Well, I thought I was gonna be funny, but I couldn't think of anything to say. But yes, I do multi-string. I got links down below. I implore you, please check them out. Please. If you are entertained by me at all, I have a whole back catalog that will surely be something of interest. But of course, you know, we have each other going forward now too. So it's good to have found you. I'm an emotional, silly woman, so listen, that like actually like just fills my heart with joy to be told things like that. It's good to have found you. I am blessed to have you here, Mitch, and I'm blessed to have all of you guys here. Oh, listen, the new people don't know how sentimental I can get yet. I'm gonna take a sip of some chai tea. And you guys, do you want to hear what this lady here that says the absolute degeneracy of modern writing? Elemental, thank you for following me over on Twitch. You know, Hightail is coming out with plugins for the game, if they haven't already, that I think are going to be through Twitch. So Hightail's probably going to get me to come back to Twitch. And I fucking hate Twitch, but we have a lot of fun there. I'm sorry, I gotta like enjoy this. Did I say chai? I mean chamomile. I gotta enjoy this chamomile tea. Sometimes I have chai. Mm. I watched a couple visitors here on YouTube. Got +1 sub. Oh. Sevis. Or is it Savask? Sevis? Savask. You are a sweetheart. Well, I meant chamomile tea. I do like chai though. Hey, listen. Are you judging me? I like chai. I like chai. Elemental, thank you so much for that follow, man. Yeah, listen. Alright, you know what? Tomorrow night, I'll start streaming on Kick. Twitter people, if any of you are lurking right now, I gotta stop the Twitter streaming after tonight. I gotta move it to Kick. Follow me there. Follow me on YouTube. I'm trying to monetize my YouTube. Hopefully I can actually keep it monetized and they're not like, well, you know what, Zay? You're just a fucking bad right-wing bitch. Oh my god, Megalot. And then they like get rid of me. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't know, the tides are changing with all the political chat amongst apolitical VTubers, and that's just a tiny example of the tides changing. I mean, look at Hassan falling from on high. That's another sign that the tides are changing. Anyway, I keep yapping. You got it, Savask. I actually think that's a cool ass name. Oh, Zine, thanks. Would Elon ever partner with Kick? That's a good question. We're only halfway through this video. I'm starting it! Listen, we're starting a video.
When I started this channel, it was largely because I had been noticing a broad decline in storytelling in general and literature in particular. A decline that began a lot longer ago than most people
has a name?
think. And my aim has always been to help, insofar as I am able, to remind writers of the true fundamentals of storytelling, and to
I'm not a good storyteller, so maybe she will educate me on
market trends, nor controlled by the fleeting tastes of Booktok or Bookstagram or whatever. However, I've been noticing that there are a lot more aspects that have been contributing to the decline of literature besides just a lack of understanding regarding the fundamentals.
No offense to Rumble, I know like a lot of people, like if you criticize Rumble, they will come at you for that, but I think a lot of the stuff Rumble does is janky as shit. And Rumble Studio does not really let you use VTube Studio on it, unfortunately.
Today, I would like to focus on one of the most glaring issues plaguing modern publishing.
Okay. Oh. She better not be a purist, alright? How hard is she gonna have this opinion? I'm ready for it.
Something you hear a lot is that women have come to dominate the literary world more and more. Well,
they dominated YA,
later, but for now,
which
I think we can all agree
for high schoolers
that female writers have achieved fame and success
until they started writing smut, and then it finally went over to being called Booktok.
But the female writing, which is most often presented as proof of this, is things like this. Despite the fact that there have always
these are bad books, these are good choices.
I'm personally of the opinion that the literary world is so rife with corruption and ideologies that any observation along these lines is
she's gonna get a like from me. All right, she's a
Generally,
good girl.
Across the board, it isn't really men or women who dominate the literary world. It's ideologies and popular trends in social politics, whatever those might be at a given time. Historically, a lot, not all, but a lot of the most widely celebrated female writers, especially within the 20th and 21st centuries, have been at the bleeding edge of social and political progressivism. To my mind, this makes it less about being a woman and more about being an acolyte of a particular ideology. Like I said, though, not always, just most of the time. Nevertheless, it is...
This is a bit of a meme opinion, but like womaning is being erased. And so, I mean, like, what else is left? Corporate power whores who have no personality, so therefore they must, like, feel like they need to champion a cause? Is that it? I think that's what's happening.
It is somewhat true that right now women somewhat dominate the publishing industry. First of all, some housekeeping. Apparently, I will be punished in some mysterious way if I use a certain word in my videos. This word has 4 letters, starts with a P, ends with an N, and there's also an O and an R in there too.
Oh,
for the course of this video,
I won't lie to you. I thought it was like cunt or something. I didn't understand what she was spelling there.
to refer to it differently. I'm going to use adult entertainment or adult videos.
I would just say prawn
videos. I don't know.
Prawn.
Words quite have the same meaning, but you and I both know what we're talking about here, so let's just.
That's right, baby.
Do.
I know what
All
you're
right,
putting down.
To start with, let's just push aside any conversation about taste. This is not going to be a video about what I like or don't like to read. What I am offering you in this video is not my opinion or my reading preference. It is facts.
Swamp
The first thing we need to establish is that all this so-called romance fiction and most, if not all, of the current women's literature out there is not women's literature.
The bull?
It's...
Hang on. Is it that,
As a woman, the most common defense I hear for romance fiction, especially the romance fiction that is so prevalent today, is that it is literature for women.
I care so little about it, I couldn't even remember it. The Milking
about
Farm.
These genres or the nature of their content, that person is immediately condemned for being anti-woman or anti-women's literature. The idea being that these types of books are not just popular among women, but that they define womanhood. And to be opposed to them in any way is to be opposed to women. Women such as myself who are critical of these books are often said to be suffering from internalized misogyny.
Guys, I think she's going to become my wife by the time we're done with this video because I really like her. I only found her last week and because I was going to use her for the last stream that we were doing that was whatever it was relating to this topic. And she's already real. She's already super real, guys. I mean, listen, on Booktok, the only thing that matters is that you have a pussy hole and you are desired. All right? Do you understand it? Is the patriarchy picking up what I'm putting down right now? That's all that matters. That's all that I've ever learned from Booktok. I don't have internalized misogyny. I know my worth, all right? I'm just a bonus hole with 2 legs, all right? What are you? Men? Huh? You're only good for your dicks, you hear me? You should start reading some books from Booktok. You'll learn what a real man is.
About all this is that it isn't a question of woman versus anti-woman or even woman versus man. The issue here is probably one of the oldest ones in existence. It's the normalization of explicit adult entertainment. Whether it's women or men who are trying to do that is pretty irrelevant, because the number one reason anyone has ever tried to normalize this kind of, explicit content is money. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. First of all, we need to establish this fact very, very clearly. Women's literature is not, just some randomly horny trend in the book industry. In that sense, outside of a handful of odd entries here and there, women's literature doesn't exist. Women haven't taken over the literary world. A 4-letter word starting with P has taken over the literary world. Barnes & Noble and every other major and independent bookseller, especially all those new romance bookshops, have now just become another...
They're all over my town, those romance bookshops. I hate them. I went into one once. I'm going to be dead honest with you guys. I went into one once. They had kids books because I guess some of them are moms. And then they had like the I wish you could see my hand gestures because I am like a grandiose fucking hand gestury person. But they had like wall to wall in this big corner section, like one wall and then this other wall, all smut TikTok books. And they had places for like little kids to play and look at their books and stuff like that. And it's like, this over here is for the ladies. Like, do we have to be this morally bankrupt? Like, just have like a fucking like little coffee shop with your smut books and just own that you're into it. A lot of this, like, women do not want to admit that it's gooning. Like, girl, it's okay to admit it. I mean, it's fine. And like, there's also a place for it. All right? And that's not next to kids, you fucking nasty cunt. All right? Dumb bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. For the new people here, I have internalized misogyny. And I'm not sorry. You will come to learn as we hang out further.
kind of adult entertainment store.
The Juggernaut's parents Juggernauts attached.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is not XXX adult entertainment. This is. You are actually incorrect.
Oh, what was that? I need to know that for like a
They're kind of adult
future
entertainment
reference.
store. And no, that's not a good thing. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is not XXX adult entertainment. This is.
Vampirus, where fantasy becomes reality. Is this a book or a movie? Look how fucking campy 90s it is. I need this. I want this. I need that. All right, moving on.
You are actually incorrect. For a man, average man, I don't know, reading an explicit depiction of a sex act might not really get the job done. Men typically tend to gravitate towards seeing the act on the screen in one form or another. Women have always, on average, preferred to read it.
I'm not average in that case. Like visually, like I see like a really hot hentai picture. That's all I need. So I don't know how to put myself in the perspective of someone who's like super into reading smut. I've read it, I've liked it, but I'm just like, if I'm gonna read something, I want to learn from it. I'm very like strict about that with myself. That might be why, where I'm just like, reading smut? What do you do? I can't like, I can only be told that she has like big soft honkers. And it's like, well, okay. I mean, I can visualize that on my own. Or I can go look at hentai. You know what I mean? So I don't get it. But that is a thing that women do well, not just women in general seem to prefer to read it. And I'm just like, no.
Even if some do end up hooked on the filmed version.
Demon Girls.
The female mind has pretty limited content. Why? Because men and women engage with media in fundamentally different ways. When it comes to adult entertainment, your simple, straightforward two people banging video isn't really going to do much of anything for a woman, generally speaking. There have been numerous studies done regarding...
hang on, wait. I don't read romantasy. I don't read romance at all unless it's in the form of a manga and it's wholesome. And most of these books are based around the chase. Do you guys know what I mean? Like the men, there's usually multiple men are chasing the girl. So she wants to chase and she wants to have it taken from her a lot of times. That could be rape, that could be whatever, you know.
Female sexuality or the differences between male and female arousal, and
hentai is
generally
all right.
across the board they'll tell you that women require what is sometimes called mental mapping to be sexually aroused. That is, there needs to be more story and more opportunity for her to feel empathy.
I wonder if she ever takes a drink of her coffee.
That's just how it is for a woman. Empathy is a huge factor for women in all aspects of their lives, but yes, especially
when it comes to get a man for the real thing.
With written explicit content.
Hold on, time out. Listen, saying that, like a lot of these books, like this one right here, Credence. I think this is the one. I think this is the one that has incest in it. Yeah, she realizes that the line blurs and rules become easy to break when no one is watching. This is her fucking like somebody. I don't know. We'll find that out. Shh. I'm spoiling later parts of the stream. You didn't see nothing, guys.
As opposed to your typical material found on the
I mean,
hub,
I get, like,
it's a lot easier for a lot of them to imagine herself.
A lot of them are like really nasty like that. To be completely honest, like joking and snarks aside, it actually makes me worry about the female psyche at large. Because I can't look away from societal decay. If you read like my little articles that I have on my Twitter and stuff, like I'm very interested in that type of thing. And it's all weird to me, and I just like, why are women getting worse? You know, the poor men are getting lonelier and they have the weight of the world on them, and then women are getting like crazy, nasty, gross, weird. Okay, like what's happening? Anyway, let's keep going.
is the female in the scene. In addition, as I said, women require an emotional element to their erotic content that is almost impossible in the simple filmed scenes that can so easily do it for men.
I never did play
that is to say, watching
Coffin of
Mrs. Smith
Andy and
bang the
Lele
mailman while her
game.
husband is at work is plenty.
I don't think
for
I ever knew
most
the name
men.
of it
But
till
a
now.
woman
I knew the
will want to
characters'
know
names.
the whole story. She'll want this sexual tension that builds up between Mrs. Smith and the mailman over several encounters. The dangerous possibility that her husband might come home any minute. The explicit fact that the mailman chose her over all of the other housewives on the street.
Yes, you hear
so
this?
On and so on. A woman would also prefer
It's
some kind of
ridiculous.
story to bind it all together. That's just how women are. If you put explicit sex scenes into a novel-length
Compassionate?
story, it's going to hit a woman.
Oh, let me explain my stance to the new guys. Oh, you guys on YouTube, from the bottom of my heart, like, I am very happy that you are here. I tell you, just a week ago, I went from like 2 or 3 people that would chat now over there on YouTube, and that was because Rumble was being slow. I love you guys. I also love you, Rumble. I'm not talking shit. That was my home. Rumble's my home. I'm critical of my home, but I love my Uber mention that's over there. Always. But really fast, like, I am very passionate about, like, men's issues. I am. It's more than just, like, a month where we were like, oh, men's mental health. No, I care very much about it. And I'll be dead honest with all of you. That is one of the things that helps me have purpose to keep streaming, actually. Other than the fact that this is very fulfilling for me, like, considering that I'm a very misanthropic recluse IRL, and I don't have friends and I don't go outside. But yeah, I'm very passionate about men's issues. Like, what is the suicide rate at currently? 80%? I bet I can't find another bitch. I mean, they exist, but personally, I can't on the internet that can tell you those numbers, or even acknowledge it. And then they want to punch down on men, and it's like, listen, I have a tendency to yap and rant when I'm supposed to be doing stuff, but, like, there's things that I'm not sure what videos I could refer you to, but, like, I've talked about it many times. And I also try very hard to understand from the perspective of a male what it is that they go through, what they do. I'm compassionate about finding new ways of empathy to better understand things. Something slightly relative as an example is that I actually don't hate leftists. I pity them. I will mock stupidity any day. I don't think I'm smart. I know I'm stupid. But I'm not as dumb as they are. But I do pity them. I see a lot of them that may actually believe in what they say, but I've also seen a lot of them that will virtue signal and just use, like, people with mental deficiencies or even just transgenderism, which that in itself has a lot of mental illness attached to it. And they will just use these people. They will use these people to step on, to get their internet clout, to get their fame. And then the second, like, you're not for the cause, they will ostracize you. Meanwhile, look how high the trans suicide rate is, but you can't have these real conversations with those types of people. And they're too busy. They're so ideologically captured that they can't even bridge a gap. They can't just be like, well, maybe right wingers aren't so bad because we're not. I'm not even technically a right winger, believe it or not. I voted Trump twice, 3 times. Yeah, something like that. And but I'm politically homeless. I'm not technically a right winger, but I'm damn sure not a Democrat. But anyway, yeah, that was a rant and a half. My bad. Pity is an acceptable emotion to feel for the left. Yes. Yeah, I'm not actually one to hold a lot of hate in my heart, but I have great disdain. I have great disdain for the type of people who think they're doing good, and the moment that falls to hell, they're like, well, I had good intention. I didn't know any better. I just had good intention. And it's like, well, the path to hell was paved with good intention. So there we go. Anyway, I'll continue the video, guys. I wanted to say that.
Women's mind in much the same way the top video on the hub hits.
Yeah,
the
I don't
guy.
agree with
As
everything
I said,
on either
that's
side.
Just how women are. A lot of men might hear this and be a little dubious, and in fact, I've found that a lot of men, while they might raise their eyebrows a little at just how explicit women's books have become,
no
in
idea
recent
why
years,
women don't like
they won't
William
really go
S.
as far as to
Burroughs.
categorize them the same way as,
Why do you say that?
you know, the kind of thing you'd find on the hub. Male writers certainly find such classification baffling, but let me break down how this works
every
for
time
women.
he ran.
If you look at your average popular romantasy book, those books that have dominated book sales for a few years now, and which are among the worst offenders when it comes to wildly explicit content, the explicit scenes coincide with the story to some degree.
I can't believe this girl is such an internalized misogynist. I cannot believe she would put other women down.
They serve either
she is currently putting other women down to pick herself up, to make herself look better. Sorry. I'm being facetious, but like I was processing what I was saying, it made me laugh, and I broke character. But can you believe she has all this internalized misogyny and she's just putting all these women down? I can't believe she's such a fucking pick-me. Can you believe that? Any woman you've ever seen that has a frontal lobe and she's just thinking and talking while using it? Pick-me energy left and right. You hear me? I'm being facetious for the new guys. Let's keep going.
Development or character development. I don't think that's necessarily
She does speak
true,
like an old school professor. I actually think it's quite sexy of her.
How women engage with erotic content versus how men do. Let's take Sarah J. Maas, for example. I shouldn't have to tell you who she is and why she's relevant to this conversation. But if you don't know, let me just say that she's the woman responsible for the series of books commonly referred to as
fairy porn.
Such as
I didn't know that. I've seen the Moss, the
MAAS,
though.
Storytelling affects reader engagement. We've talked about this before.
She must like dick or
Stories
something.
and even their individual components must have a story shape. That is, at least one character trying to achieve a goal with some kind of opposition
What are you, one of those dick hopping bitches?
In a mini climax
you like
in which the character achieves success or failure, or some unexpected thing happens. That's a story shape. Mass is actually pretty good at using.
She can teach me all day about writing. I'm not good at storytelling, so like she'd have to like really like lay it on me.
Draw the
you know what I'm saying?
I mean, anyone can write smut, but not everyone can sell millions of copies worldwide. Whether or not her stories are good stories,
she's definitely talking about the type of women that like the bestiality books.
She understands how the thing works, but then she applies the same story shape to her sex scenes. Of course, I shouldn't have to tell you how sex scenes themselves have a story shape.
Well, you should.
She has
mini climax. See, I didn't know that. I don't read Booktok. Okay, I didn't know that there was a mini climax in that. She should have told me about it.
That she endeavors to make sure her sex is plot relevant. A big way she does that is to have the erotic scenes take place at the come down immediately after a
I don't like short hair too much, but she has a very nice bob haircut.
With the sexual release
she looks
of the erotic
she looks very
scene.
good with it.
She stated that she often tries to make the significant sex scenes, such as that 2 or 3 day sex marathon, occur at the close of equally significant plot arcs. This is ideal for the female brain, which already seeks a story shape even in sexually explicit content.
Really?
But from a reader engagement plus female adult entertainment
the formula, the like
KFC
KFC formula for smut writing was just given to me.
The story and the extremely explicit content have become inextricably linked, and the explicit aspects have been delivered via the story in precisely the most ideal way necessary to capture the infatuation of the female reader. Another interesting thing to note, if you're not yet sold on the fact that all of this so-called women's lit is little more than, you know,
she does have that Scully from X-Files haircut.
Look at how much women's fiction has become subject to categorization norms that you don't see outside like the hub or fan fiction, which has become just another form of debauched adult entertainment. Sure, yeah, okay, fan fiction that isn't smut does theoretically exist, I guess, but that's like saying there are non-explicit OnlyFans creators. Within those spheres, the common term used for this categorization is a narrative one or even a literary one. Trope. People talk about tropes.
Yeah, I want to know about
the
these tropes.
Tropes are fine.
That are in the Booktok scene.
They're a common tool for literary analysis. A little reductive, a little ridiculously overutilized, but benign in themselves. But the important factor to note here is this. When it comes to women's arousal, they need far more specific things than men do. So a woman's sexual entertainment taste will always be 1,000 times more specific than a man's. So when a woman seeks out a new book, she'll look for specific cocktails of tropes.
I make the joke, but I don't know. Maybe I'm complicated too.
Hungers, or I guess thirsts. A quick perusal of the book recommendation section of the romance books subreddit will destroy any remaining illusions you might have had that these books are about anything other than sexual arousal. Just take a moment and look at some of these.
Yeah, okay.
Can you
hang on.
honestly say that this attitude towards women's fiction has to do with anything other than sex?
You layer them on top of each other. I don't know how to look at them. Looking for monster romance with irregular appendages. What's that mean? Like he's got multiple arms? Well, why not just, like, get into, like, tentacle porn? Well, no, they gotta read it. Duh. See, I told you I'm learning. Well, I'm gonna read that to you guys. Hello, you beautiful degenerates. I say that with all the love in my heart. All the new people get to see how terrible I am at reading. Listen. I'm sorry. I cannot be buggered. Are we British? To do any actual work today, but I still need to turn up and sit at my desk. I discovered I can have Kindle on my computer, and so I have decided to read Let Someone Try to Stop Me. This is where you lovely folks come in, looking for all things inappropriate for our workplace. I'm primarily into monster dongs right now. Okay. Orcs, ew. Orcs are a new personal favorite due to the last few books I've demolished. Sweet spicy is not usually what I spread on my toast, but it's been a vibe lately, and I'm down for more of that. However, I'm primarily a darker romance reader. I do like Win. Oh, and it cuts off. So I learned from chat last time that when they talk about spice, that means like how much sex is in the book, right? I would be spicy. If I was gonna get into it, I would just look at hentai. I don't want to read it. I could literally go read Nietzsche or something else. Like I'm being for real. Redheads. Yeah, let's read the redhead one. Hold on. Give me the redheads. I'd like book suggestions with pale redheads. Eye color doesn't matter. I'm a redhead and I want to read about my ginger sisters, but when I type it into the search bar, all that comes up are complaints about too many redheads. I want F/M. What's that? Female, male? No cheating. I prefer no mafia. But as long as sex, work, human trafficking isn't their business, I'll read it. I'm fine with aliens and monsters. No dom, sub, alpha, omega, or mommy, daddy. What's alpha, omega exactly? Dirty talk or public humiliation. I don't like TST. I don't know what that means. Female main character, including the feisty ones. Other than that, I'll read anything. What? Yeah, rest in peace, Catherine O'Hara. Ian the Lancer, thank you for being here. I'm happy I got to see you too, brother. You have a great rest of your night, okay? And thank you so much for stopping by, okay? Hopefully we see each other again. Great first stream impression. Oh, yeah, you think so? I'm trying to like... I hate that I don't know what these mean. What's that alpha omega? Like, I get like dom sub, that's like a... Alright, maybe I don't know BDSM that well, guys. I won't lie to you. Maybe I do a little bit. But I know... I'm just gonna shut up now. I get the mommy daddy thing, I think. I don't know. This lady's very particular, though. She just wants redheads. Let's keep it going.
I spent a little time while I...
Wait, I should actually speed her up a little bit. Let's see how we like 1.5.
was researching the subject, talking to women, and reading the
Ooh, you know what? I'm not smart enough for that right now, so let's do 1.25.
accounts of women who were struggling with the addiction to hardcore content. A solid 90 to 95% of them started with erotic...
Wait, hold on. This is an addiction, isn't it? This is straight up a porn addiction, isn't it? It is.
fiction, or smut, as they often called it, and fan fiction. A few stated that they didn't really ever get into videos, often because videos couldn't feed their precise needs. Several mentioned that they had quit video content only to fall back on erotic fiction, and had happily arrived at the realization that there was functionally no difference between the two. I read an account from one woman who noted that she preferred written smut because within books and fan fiction she was able to find things that would have been illegal in video form. So that's nice. I learned too
Oh
that
my
there
God!
was a worryingly large
Wait.
subset of these women.
Now I'm starting to get it. Am I not mentally fucked up enough to want to read smut because, or hold on, let me back up. To be into Booktok? Maybe that's the case.
Some as young as 17, whose taste became so depraved.
Alpha Omega is a weird genre in spicy literature. I believe alphas are the dominant one and omegas are more sub. Right, so we got like the dom sub thing going, but like, what is that? You know, I'm gonna let this play. I want to like straight up Google it because I'm curious.
They were now suffering from something called POCD. I'll let you look that one up yourself.
Oh, I guess I'm looking that up too. What the fuck does that mean? Let's see, POCD in women. Polycystic ovarian disease. Oh. No, she said POCD. That's PCOD. Is that what she said?
Now suffering from something called POCD.
POCD. Okay, POCD can refer to two very different distinct concepts. This is just Google AI. Based on blah 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 blah. Oh. 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 This is what it means, guys. This is what it means. A mental health condition, pedophile-themed OCD, or a medical condition related to surgery. It's clearly not that one because women can't do surgery. POCD, not a form of pedophilia. Pedophile-themed OCD. What in the fucking world? What? Hold on. POCD is a subtype of obsessive. Yeah. Not a form of pedophilia. Definition: it involves unwanted, intrusive thoughts and fears about being attracted to children or becoming a pedophile. Hang on, what? Nature of thoughts. These thoughts are ego dystonic, meaning they are directly opposed to the person's values, desires, or moral code. So it's like intrusive bad thoughts, intense anxiety, guilt, shame, and checking behaviors, monitoring their own reaction around children. Unlike those with actual pedophilic disorder, people with POCD find these thoughts terrifying and have no desire to act on them. Wow, okay. So there's a treatment, specialized exposure and response prevention, which is ERP. That's actually the first time I've ever seen ERP used in a different way than erotic roleplay. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Therapy is standard treatment. Well, we learned something. Did you guys learn something today?
I'll let you look that one up yourself. Several women and teenagers remarked that they wished they had never started reading erotic fiction when they were younger, as they believed it
Wait, hold on. So she's saying like they're getting this like weird fearful pedophilic OCD because of the gooning? That would make sense, actually.
Destroyed their lives. The thing is,
Does
just as people's taste in hardcore video subgenres, these tastes, these hungers, will intensify over time. The same mechanic is at play as you see in men.
Oh, Alpha, Beta, Omega is the Chad meme stuff? Oh, so like that's probably going to that Alpha, Omega, that's going to go into like the cuck territory. Is that what I'm getting? I'm sorry, I got like fucked up over this like new mental illness that I forgot to like Google that.
who have to constantly seek harder and harder filmed content in order to even be aroused. For that reason, more and more women's fiction has been including very, very dark material, be it disturbing age gaps, torture, abuse, even rape. Women don't start out wanting fantasy fiction. That's something that happens over time as they become desensitized to more mainstream content. I don't know how many videos and reviews I've seen by very young teenage girls who say the explicit sex in Sarah J. Maas's books is very mediocre and vanilla. That would be because they're already desensitized and crave harder content.
Ew.
Honestly though, by now I should have convinced you that these books are merely mass-produced hardcore adult entertainment and that their readership consumes them in much the same way one would consume any other form of, you know, four-letter word starts with P, and that the result of that consumption, especially on a large enough scale and on a long enough timeline, is pretty much the same as any other form of hardcore entertainment addiction. So let's move on. Now, let's assume that you can get someone to concede that, yes, this is all, you know, a written form of the same kind of crap you'd find on the hub. At that point, what happens is someone will insist that this is somehow the ethical type of adult entertainment. We'll get to that. Or they'll start trying to argue that this kind of written explicit content has positive effects. I've heard all these arguments. I've heard people say that the heavy amount of sex in these books creates some kind of sex-positive environment for female empowerment. I've heard people say that books like these increase readers' empathy.
Oh, from what I'm actually understanding, the alpha, beta, omega thing, is this what you guys are saying? Is that it's actually based on non-human fetishes? Or like, I'm guessing like alpha wolf or whatever.
I've also, as I've said, been told that objecting to literature like this is inherently anti-women. First of all, let's talk about empathy and the chemical reaction romance novels have on the female brain. There are so few studies that have been done on adult film's impact on women, and almost zero studies that have been done on erotic literature's impact on women. This is one of the most criminally understudied areas in human existence. Something I hear all the time is that romance novels increase the reader's empathy. I doubt it's that simple, but let's say
not
it
these.
is. Women are empathetic by default. That is not something that romance literature gives women. It heightens it, certainly, but as in all emotions, a heightened state of anything is usually very bad. Heightened empathy reduces a person's logical response and cognitive reasoning. It makes it difficult to regulate the emotional response with reason.
Oh, this is where we can actually make a point about suicidal empathy.
Pain, depression, anxiety, emotional overinvolvement, burnout, vicarious trauma, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
Non-human hierarchy social behavior.
The fact that romance
That's
books
what that
heighten
was.
empathy in readers is proof that despite the intentions of the writers, these books arouse readers, whether they want to be aroused or not, which is an unsettling thought all by itself. So, imagine you're a young woman and you're reading a steamy romance in which the main female character is being mistreated in some way by the male character.
I want to take her for
this
like
female character feels arousal
shitty
at
Chinese because that's what I can
Written well,
afford.
this
But
arousal on the part of the female character will trigger
wow
empathetic
her.
arousal
I will
in the female
swoon her.
reader. A young, inexperienced woman will then be troubled trying to understand why she's feeling aroused by what is borderline abusive behavior. However, the story will continue in this vein until the man and woman are living happily ever after. The moment of joy at the end is the emotional climax that is essential for a woman to fully enjoy an erotic romance. And no, I'm not saying women are super weak or something like that, but I think we can all agree that strong emotions are exhausting no matter who you are, and women are more prone to feel emotions strongly. An empathetic
how do we
response to
fix
a
the
romance
women?
book will result
I mean, it's
in
gonna
an
take them
emotional
fixing
roller coaster
themselves,
designed
but
specifically to ensnare the taste of
how we
women
started.
in such a way that their emotional involvement in a story will tend to be more intensive than a man's on average. Add to that the sexual infatuation triggered by the addictive erotic release of the extremely explicit scenes, which also takes a toll on the mind, whether you enjoy these scenes or not.
Empathical arousal is a wild concept. It really fucking is.
Especially if you do.
When I started this video, guys, this has gone deeper than what I knew about Booktok, okay? Like, I'm actually, like, unnerved at the state of women more than I was previously. And I didn't think it could get fucking worse.
I don't really understand why more people aren't aware of how intensely bad these books are for women's minds. I
didn't know they were that bad.
I don't really read romance.
I knew they were
or
just
otherwise,
awful.
But I did read quite a few of these books when I was trying to understand the genre better. And something that really surprised me was how huge of an emotional impact they had on me. Despite the fact that I didn't care about these characters, and despite the fact that they were all mostly happy endings and everything else, I was legitimately depressed during the few weeks when I was reading these books. I was having trouble focusing on my work. I was having trouble sleeping. I was even having trouble eating. And I couldn't figure out what was wrong until it dawned on me that my mind was basically being ripped around a female-specific roller coaster that was designed to trigger the most extreme emotional and chemical reaction in my mind, short of actually doing drugs. Interesting.
Booktok really got popular because of TikTok. And now I'm starting to wonder, what the fuck? No, I have it on 125 speed B. I do. I'm trying to not like yap too much or take up too much time, because like since I'm kind of new to React streams, like I am bad about that. I've learned, just like I wasn't that good at the reading streams. So I got her talking fast. Is it too much for you guys? Because I have absolutely no problem putting her at normal speed. You speak up. You sweet little Ubermensch speak up, and I will oblige. I have like no qualms doing it at all. I was just really doing it to save time, but it's not a big deal.
The reaction I experienced was the same reaction men talk about when they watch films.
I actually think it's kind of cute that she's speaking so hyperactively.
Women who are addicted to this sexually explicit fiction don't even realize that they're literally addicted to, you know, adult entertainment. Without
Normal
exception,
speed.
men who are addicted to watching explicit content are viewed as bad. I shouldn't have to tell anyone watching this video how bad that is for the mind. It just happens that all the language surrounding this accepted fact says men's minds, how bad it is for men.
Well, women will project. I'll put it in normal speed, guys. I'm sorry.
Much damage it does to men. There have been countless studies done on the negative impact watching this stuff has on men's physical health and mental health, on their relationships, friendships, professional lives, and on their character. But basically,
one thing that I've heard a lot of is like men who are able to quell the gooning and quell the porn addiction. I am not seeing that at all with women. They are full bore into it.
0 such studies have been done on women. Part of this is because most researchers won't acknowledge that women's addiction to erotic fiction is in any...
Conditioning isn't the same as addiction. That's not the point I was making. When I say that this got popular on TikTok, if you look at all the women who are like, I pledge to read 150 Booktok books this year, and then all the people that are like, hey, I bought a shed that I turned into a she shed, that's my personal little library, and it's all filled with Booktok books. Like, they are getting together to be... How can I put this? Hang on. It's like they're... I don't even think they're aware that it's gooning. I don't know. But they're all coming together about it like it's super popular. They want to do what the girlies are doing. You know, it's like, this is what the girlies are doing. This is what I'm doing too. So it's kind of like that. It's like fostering it. Booktok like One Piece? It's not smut. I like how you had to make sure you told me that.
Way comparable to a man's addiction to filmed erotic media. Part of it is because there's so much feminist armor packed around women's erotica that even if a woman were to watch the hub 10 hours a day, she would still somehow be protected by the fact that she's like empowering herself or, I don't know, exploring her sexuality. For social political reasons, most people won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. When it comes to men, this kind of content is known to have an enormous negative impact on their daily lives. Therefore, there are countless resources out there to help men kick that habit and restore sanity to their lives. There's also a lot of shame among men.
That alone is why, like, on Twitter, I have been critical of VTubers who are like, you know, oh, you know, men's mental health. Here's my booty while I'm in the kitchen. On my stream and stuff, because it's like, if you had an inkling of an idea of the state of men's mental health currently, then you would know about this porn addiction thing that really like grips a lot of men, right? So I'm just saying. Music Lover, that's interesting actually. I'm gonna read that. Music Lover says also, hello Music Lover, welcome to my chat. There's so many new faces tonight, guys. Mr. Pancakes, Chaos. Who else? Savask. Tubby. Music Lover says, books happen to be a ladies' thing because of how they can tap into the visualization of their minds, whereas graphic porn appeals in men's more direct desires. These type of things, I won't lie to you guys, like when we're exploring these type of things, like they make me wonder about myself, because I'm not exactly a normal person. I'm not normal. I'm not like, I'm just saying, like, I like women. I also like guys, but I'm bi. And then, but it's like, I don't need that much to, like, fulfill desire, I guess, you know? Maybe I'm not good at being a woman. No. I can't be it. I'm literally perfect. No. Okay. Let me keep it going.
Men will mock other men for their addiction to this stuff.
You like
but
pancakes?
For women,
I actually like pancakes more than
there
waffles.
Are no resources
and that
to help women kick their
is an
addiction
egregious
to
thing to
erotic
say.
literature, at least none that I could
Hang on,
find.
I want to know what that said.
Nothing.
I did recently learn of a few resources for women. Yeah, but it's only a few. Because women are not like, what are you talking about? It's not gooning. I'm not gooning. And then there's the other half that's like, it's cute when women do it. It's cute when women read smut at work. What are you talking about? It's cute. I'm just a girl. And then there's, it's not gooning. I don't goon. I'm not squeezing my thighs together, pretending that I'm not gooning. Okay?
There are no resources
there's
to help
that.
women kick
Women just won't be fucking real with themselves and own something. It's not that hard. Maybe it's just so much ego. They just have too much ego. They're like, if I admit this stuff, that means that you're right and I'm wrong, and I'm not about to let that happen.
Their addiction to erotic literature, at least none that I could find, and any woman who feels shame when reading this stuff is said to be suffering from internalized misogyny.
Oh, music lover! Yeah, I saw your profile randomly on Twitter and looked into it a bit more, and I was sold. Heavy metal lady with a wicked design, subscribed. Dude, we are sharing the same mind right now, brother. Dude, yo. Like, what? Tell me some bands that you're into. I love music. I adore music. I think metal. I listen to all types, literally all types. There's even some country I like, okay? And I listen to all types. I think metal is the most beautiful, emotional art there is in the music world. Like, even though, like, you know, on most days, like, if you got me on Discord, you'll catch me listen to, like, 90s shit or, like, some, like, shoegaze and new wave and goth stuff, but my heart belongs to metal, okay? It belongs to metal. I especially really like black metal. Well, I like it all, really. Even like death metal and all of it. I love all of it. It all started when I heard Voice of the Soul by a band called Death, and I was like, I've been missing this all of my life, and I didn't even know it.
And is advised to focus on overcoming the stigma by, you know, reading more of these books. Other women will help her in this endeavor. To this end, there are romance book clubs with completely expected names in which the pursuit of women's fiction can be enjoyed.
If I'm not proud about something myself, I
read one account from a young woman who said that when she realized she was addicted, she sought help from a therapist who treated the matter as if it was nothing serious at all. No different from, like, a chocolate addiction. Addiction to appreciation of erotic literature is presented to women as female empowerment, and whatever various other hot words are part of the current feminist lexicon.
The Japs have some good metal. If a woman were to
express discomfort with the proliferation and increasing intensity of
I don't listen to enough of it, but I'm never disappointed when I hear it.
She's painted as an enemy, a prude, or my personal favorite,
Camelot's pretty
a slave to the patriarchy. They'll say it allows women to explore...
I want to see this. Hang on. Romance novels provide space to explore sexuality, relationships. Okay.
Or their sexuality in a safe space. I'm pretty sure you could also say that men on the hub are exploring their sexuality in a safe space. I don't know. To which women will often argue, well, that kind of content, the stuff on the hub, is unethical.
Why do we
that
keep worrying about
literature,
safe spaces
if they even
when it comes to, like, getting
the same
off?
kind of content, is somehow ethical, meaning that, I'm assuming, no actors or actresses were harmed in its making. Be that as it may, the making of the explicit content is a separate issue from its consumption. I'm sure you could find an ethical and environmentally friendly way to make heroin, wouldn't make it a good thing for me to consume it.
I think under the Biden administration, they were kind of trying to do that, weren't they? Well, I think they were actually more focused on crack because of Hunter, maybe.
People these days talk about how social bias prevented women from enjoying romance literature. Well, now the social moral landscape has shifted again. If you're a woman and you're not a proud champion of smut, then you're the enemy of women. In general, though, I think the so-called social bias surrounding romance novels isn't much different from the bias surrounding all commercial fiction. I also don't think that's done that much to stop women from mass-consuming romance novels. Champions of romance novels will present the acceptance of smut as crucial to female empowerment and independence. This is categorically false, and in fact, I think I've shown how the opposite is true. But women will nevertheless be banished from female society by other women if they dare to disagree. Men typically who watch hardcore stuff or who are addicted to it are ashamed of it. Women who are addicted to reading, as they call it, smut, are supposed to be proud of it. None of these women will allow any talk of shame. But here's the thing. Shame is not a bad thing.
Are you kink shaming me, sister?
Shame is how our brains tell us we're doing something that
will
harm us.
You wouldn't kink shame me, would you?
If we feel shame eating that
kink shame
fourth
the
slice
girlies?
of triple chocolate cake in one sitting, that's our brain telling us that this is bad for our health. If we feel shame because we haven't exercised in over 6 months, that's our brain telling us that we need physical exercise of some kind. If we feel shame when we take in hardcore explicit material, that's our brain telling us that this is going to harm us in some way and we need to stop. This is our brain trying to save us. Eventually,
Zanger
anyone
only
can
gets
be
off
desensitized
in
to
dangerous
shame,
spaces.
But the effort to
Zanger is a
desensitize
thrill
women
seeker,
to
man.
shame has been a lot more intensive than it has been for men, because historically women have led the charge against indecent or sexually explicit material. So shame in women cuts into hardcore film producers and women's lit publishers' bottom line. Removing shame from women's minds doesn't just prevent them from bullying hardcore erotica production out of the mainstream, it mobilizes 50% of the spending force of the book market to obsessively consume something.
She's such a smart girl. We're talking
addictive.
money and numbers, man.
This is a huge reason
this is
why it's becoming
woman.
increasingly common for harder and harder content in books to be made available to a younger and younger audience, especially a young female audience. You see incredibly steamy makeout scenes in books marketed to 12-year-old girls. Caraval, for example, has 2 prolonged passages that read like weird hand fetish scenes.
Hang on. I'll read it to you guys, because I've always been, for like half of a year, I've been very invested in, again, I keep saying it, going to Walmart, seeing these books. I never want to buy one. I promise you that. And I always want to read random excerpts for a very, like a variety of reasons. There's a lot of them, and I got, right here, a lot of them that are possibly or probably written by AI. And you can kind of spot that. And then I also kind of want to see how badly it's written, because a lot of them are winning awards and they're not good at actually having grammar. Like I, a retard, can write a better book. Okay. So, but I'm just saying, like, there's some of them that's like, girl, you're trying, but I don't know who the fuck you know that said that you're a New York bestseller, but clearly you have money. Probably your man's money. Anyway, I'll read this to you. So she's got an excerpt here. I didn't quite catch where it's from. Caraville. Now, when I see that one in Walmart, I always thought it said Carnival. But it says, "You would really do this for me?" she asked. In answer, Julian pressed the pad of a finger to her parted lips. Metallic and wet and just a little sweet. Bravery and fear and something else she couldn't distinguish. Dimly, she knew she tasted his blood. It was like no other gift she'd ever received. Strangely beautiful, alarmingly intimate. And she wanted more of it, more of him. She licked the tip of his finger, but Scarlett hungered to taste his lips as well, to feel them against her mouth and her throat, to experience the solid touch of his hands on her body. She craved the heavy weight of his chest. What? She craved the heavy weight of his chest crushed to hers, to find out if his heart beat equally fast. Julian's finger lingered a moment longer. Did we have to say that? Julian's finger lingered. Julian's finger lingered a moment longer, pressing her lips back together, but the taste of his blood remained, and her desire for him intensified. I'm calculating if I enjoyed that or not. Not really. I'm the writing of it, I mean, the way she explained it all. But I can see how a girl that's just like non-stop horny would be like, oh my god, I think I need to taste some blood now.
This isn't some kind of accidental slip of the pen. This is intentional. Famously,
I
Sarah
felt
J.
like
Maas
reading
only allowed her
foreplay,
book to be
right?
marketed to a YA audience if they didn't cut out any of the explicit material. Slap a feminist female empowerment sticker on the thing and you've got social moral armor no one is willing to touch.
Yeah,
not even other women.
That's a big
Something
problem.
I hear a lot is that this is all the result of women taking over literature. I definitely see the point, but I was
just as I learned last time that we all got to talk about this, they're usurping it. They're definitely usurping it. They're taking it over. They're usurping it. They're like, well, this is ours now, and we got feminist dykes in charge, and they said that it's really cool what we do, so we're gonna do it for the girlies. Girl power, okay? If you want this body, you gotta pay for it, boy. I'm just conflating a whole bunch of like female empowerment nonsense together. Nah, it's actually liberating for women to be pro-kink and anti-kink in general for humanity. The more you can hold it in, the worse it generally plays out. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's why like older women get like super crotchety and stuff, is because they definitely need the dick, but you know, they need release. No way I've been missing Zay. Welcome in! Welcome in, Axe Crazy, and also Vantamega over on Rumble. Hi, guys. Most kinds of porn have terrible writing. I'm sorry, I really need a second monitor so I can see chats, guys. There's a $69 one I'm gonna get eventually. I'm fighting with my monitor so I can... Yeah, okay. That's why I'm up on my mic right now. Was listed as new metal. I just caught what Savas said. Yeah, new metal is not bad. I like new metal. You know. A barista introduced me to Chevelle. There's a Chevelle song I like. Oh, by the way, going back to talking about music a bit ago, my all-time favorite band is Typo Negative. And I'm definitely someone who will fall in love with a band and I will just absorb their music. That's how I am. But I've been obsessed with music since I was 10 years old. So like 20 years of music obsession. That's just how it is. I wish I was good at creating music. I'm not really. I mean, I could learn. I should learn how to sing. That's something I want to do. Her finger lingered on my dinger. Sludge, that is some bars, man. When is this track coming out, huh? When's the track coming out? A virgin wrote this is probably what you're trying to say. If you like country, I recommend Aaron Lewis. Yeah. So when he was in Stained, and then he went country, you know, I thought that was actually like a really good change for Aaron Lewis, you know. Aaron Lewis is alright. I remember hearing a lot of him when I was a little kid. If written pornography is made by virgins. This is making me think of Swifties, to be honest with you. You know, Taylor Swift fans. Oh, is Stain still together? I only like that one album that escapes me right now, but it had Home and Mud Shovel on it. I like that one a lot. I think it's called Dysfunction. I think that's the album name. Which, that's technically new metal. I think Stained was technically new metal. When it came to new metal, I really loved Static X. I still listen to Static X now. I'm gonna let this play.
I was curious if that was true, so I, I'm
gonna get
the internet.
a drink of some water. I finished my chamomile nugget, and now I'm gonna drink water.
Was the most recent number I could find. Any further statistics were likely behind this mother of all paygates. Was 50.5%, which was also fairly steady from 2010 to 2019. The percentage of female editors as of 2021 was 67%. Funnily enough, that's not that big of an increase from 2010 when the number was 64%. The percentage of female literary agents as of 2021 was 58%, which is actually a decline from 2010 when the number was 64%. So that's people. Now, what about the books that are actually being read? Let's look at the New York Times
make out the
bestseller
titles
list
of the
for the
books
last
on
4.5
behind her.
years. In 2020, out of 34 best-selling authors, 16 were women. In 2021, 21 out of 37 were women. In 2022, 12 out of 22
I mean, they are
were women.
replacing men.
In 2023, 11 out of 24. In 2024,
And then they want to scream like, "Oh, men are just like
so
upset that they can't compete because we do a
8
better
out of
job."
13.
And it's like, bitch,
The point
shut
of all
up.
these numbers is to say that statistically women don't...
What I got to say to women who do that is that you'd be replaced by an Indian or AI. Dumb whore. Well, men just don't do as good a job as we do. and it's like, and then they want to cry and bitch. It's like there's this like pay gap. Like, girl, I think you need to go back to Booktok and Goon. Okay, there's something going on. You get some release. Figure it the fuck out, because you're talking nonsense. Dual monitors are great. I actually do have 2 monitors. I feel very privileged to have 2 monitors and a decent computer that my little... I was trying to think of something cute to say, but then I made it awkward and stuttered over myself. But that my very sweet and kind Ubermenschen have helped me get... I'm a dumbass. Sorry. But so like my main monitor has like what we're looking at together. My side monitor has 2 chats, OBS, and then like a bunch of tabs of stuff so I can keep track of like being able to access mod controls if I need to. So like on one monitor I have everything like smashed together, overlapping each other, trying to fit it over there. And like a third monitor I can like put all the chats up there with OBS. But I mean, right now this is functional. I'm not truly complaining. I have enough as is, but I'm just saying, like, I used to think, why would anyone ever need more than 2 monitors? And then now I'm like living it. That's really it. I can't complain too much. I have plenty as is. Like, please. I'm just saying. The day will come. I will eventually get a 3rd monitor. They made a comeback in 2022, huh? Confessions of the Fallen. Oh wow! I actually want to give that a listen. I can't believe Stan made a little comeback. Wow. Aaron Lewis is a cool guy. He's autistic, as far as I remember, and I think people who, and this is, please like understand where I'm coming from when I say this. I think people who have a mental illness or are different, right? Like they're autistic. They tend to make the most interesting music. Like Gary Newman. Gary Newman is autistic, and I fucking love Gary Newman's music. That 80s like new wave stuff that he puts out. Like most people know his song Cars. I love entire albums by the man. I even love the stuff that he puts out now with his daughter. Autistic guy, very rich way of like telling a story and composing the music as well. And like Epiphany by Aaron Lewis, or by Stand, Epiphany, it's a very beautiful song, and that song is actually about the guy having autism and how he connects to the world. And I just think that's fascinating because it's like the way he does it is so empathic and compassionate and emotional. And you know, and then like knowing this about the guy, and you listen to all of Dysfunction and how much hell that his mother put him through in his life. That's also very interesting because like I remember when I learned this stuff about Aaron Lewis, and I went back and listened to like especially like Home off of Dysfunction and the rest of it, and it's like this guy was tortured. He couldn't have a normal childhood. He was probably so woefully misunderstood just because he did have autism, right? You guys get me? Like, I think it makes such like a beautiful, interesting, like way of like song crafting, you know? I love that. So like on the other side, like when we're talking about mental illness, um, I don't know. There's like a lot of like rock music there. I'm trying to think of where to start. Like, I'm trying to weed out the ones who really kind of went like the hair metal party rock, like talking about drugs and shit all the time. Depression. I guess I could use Typo Negative as a good example because Peter Steele was a brooding, depressed guy, and like outside of making music for the type of chicks he was into, which was goth girls, like it was all like good fucking music. He's like, I just don't give a fuck type of vibe, and it was mixed with like that goth metal shit. It was fucking brilliant. I'm sorry. Let's continue. That's like totally off topic. Welcome to my stream. I never stay on topic.
Dominate the literary world. That said, in many ways, the numbers here don't quite represent the reality. No matter what the numbers say for bestsellers, if you actually look at the list, you can see that romance, especially smutty romance and romantic...
Oh, hold up. Let me read you guys. Hold on. Met Aaron Lewis at Nellis Air Force Base. Very nice dude. Balls, that's fucking cool. If I'm missing things you guys are saying, I have 2 reasons for that. I am very bad with keeping track of things, and 2, there's like my phone's in the way, so I'm able to like be tracked on VTube Studio and I can't see half of my chat. That was another reason I was like, I need a 3rd monitor. This is bullshit. That's why you'll see me like kind of go like this. Because I'm like, hey, I'm looking at you down there and around and over this thing that's in my face. Let's see. My 2nd monitor gets pretty hectic during streams. Shit. They've gone silent on the pay gap ever since they've been attending college and then entering corporate America at greater numbers than men. Oh, do you think some of the women finally found out that like you get paid for the job that you're capable of doing? Did they learn it? Probably not, actually.
To see dominate huge blocks of the calendar. And a lot of these female writers have female agents. And obviously readers of these books will be predominantly female. So women might not quite
it's okay to have
dominate the
women things
world,
for women,
nevertheless,
but like why
seems to have taken a very...
Why is the sisterhood all fucked up? Why is it like every like recess of this fucking of the West, because I'm more familiar with that than I am with China and whatever else, even though like I love Japan. But I'm going to talk about the West. Did you know you could roll your R's when you're speaking a W word? West. I just discovered that. You're welcome, guys. I am a human magician. Actually, I'm a fallen angel magician, aren't I? Oops. But, so, whatever the hell I was just talking about. Something. If you hear that, my cat's trying to get in my bedroom, and I'm gonna let him stay out there because I know as soon as he comes in here, he's gonna want back out. It's like my sweet kitty boy, he can just chill out there. I'll see him in a little while. So if you hear it scratching, like that's him trying to push my door open. Portable monitors. I've been tempted to get that. Like I just need something like cheap that I can just throw chat on and like never miss what you guys are saying. So. Topic schmuck it. I'm glad that you guys are having a good time. I always have a good time when I get to stream and hang out with all of you. So, I don't remember what the hell I was just talking about, but I knew it had something to do with the sisterhood that I was just making a point about, but something about it and like everywhere in the West currently, like if we're talking about Europe, if we're talking about North America, even down in South and Central America, okay? It's all fucked up. And it's mostly just due to social media, I think. I sometimes it feels like humanity was finally given not only a mirror to look at their own beauty, like how we have mirrors and now we have, not that it's a result of it, but we have narcissism and people love themselves, right? But did the internet hold up a psychological mirror to all of society? And it is having a hard time figuring itself the fuck out right now? I don't know. Maybe I'm too broad with that. Sometimes I really want to look at the bigger picture of like what is going on with humankind. But whatever is going on, it can get blackpilling at times. I'll tell you that. Social media as a mirror. I mean, I'll explain why I think that. You get to see yourself. You get to have your memories logged. You're logging memories by posting a lot on social media. Like in my case, like I got a backlog on Rumble of streams, and I look back at them at times that I had a lot of fun with my friends. Like you're gonna see, like I got like a lot of friend swap games that I played with like my old World of Warcraft friends over on Rumble. If you check my stuff out, and I'll look back at those, and it feels good to just remember I lived that moment with them, and then that I got to also experience this with other like-minded people, and like that's something else, you know. Like we have not had really that at all in history, but it's like I can always look back. There's no way of actually forgetting. And then there's also people who are trying to copy others and find their formula as a content creator, or even like over on Instagram, like they're trying to be more popular than other people. And it's like all this stuff that's on the internet forever. All this is on here forever. And it's like something that you moved on from like 10 years ago. Like someone on Kiwi Farms found it and like posted it there, and now it's like never gonna go away. It's like a horrible articulation of what I mean about the internet psychological mirror, but it's also provided us with the ability to see women at large and how fucked up they are, how fucked up the globalists are, and how fucked up we are inside. And it's progressively getting worse. Like there's so many of us, myself included, that's incredibly lonely. I'm not trying to compare myself to say like a real man who's not doing good in life. You know, I recognize people have it worse than I do, but I don't know. Maybe I look too deeply, and I just see that. I don't know. But like we can see all of this about each other that like we don't necessarily see with like having IRL friends or with family and stuff. Does that make sense? People are more apt to also be ugly as fuck on the internet. And which is something they probably wouldn't do so much IRL. So there's also that. I don't know. It is a thought that I've always had that I've never like truly explored to understand deeper, but it's definitely something that I will be meditating on in the future, because it's just so like all of this powerful influence that social media has, particularly on women. And then with all these Epstein files coming out, all these Epstein emails coming out, and there's this big like idea that like Epstein had Moodykins, the guy who originally made 4chan, create poll. Like there might be some influence there. And then look what that transpired. Possibly. I don't know, it's interesting. That conversation can dip into PSYOP territory as well. Which that also like the mental mirror, you know. We have problems just having average lives. Yeah. Then again, we do live in an age of misplaced empathy. Oh, we certainly do. Azel, welcome to chat. Welcome to my chat. Azel. I'm gonna keep this playing. I'm sorry a 37-minute video has turned into an hour and a half, but if we go a little over, it's okay. Because I still want to show you books after this is done.
Particular female leaning.
I'm a bit behind on the Epstein stuff too. I've been watching AF.
There are definitely.
Time out real fast. I've been watching AF Post on Twitter, dropping stuff because I trust that source. For a while there, I thought the Five Nights at Freddy Fuda porn was not real, but that actually has, as far as I understand, until otherwise proven, it is legit. Like he sent that to somebody. And I was very curious about like why that was. And if it's because like possibly because minors might be like trying to be edgy and like sneak their way onto 4chan and they're just posting this crazy ass shit because it was a game that teens really enjoyed. And if that was what it was, I don't know. One thing that's really bad is to try to fill in holes of something when you don't know the full picture, because that's going to lead to assumptions, and assuming is never good, but it's not a bad thing to try to get into the mind of someone else and try to understand why they would have done something. I mean, people thought Epstein was banned off Xbox Live. Is that what it was? Xbox Live? Because he was such a toxic player, when really the state of New York had passed some sort of a law to where, I think it was New York. All I know is there's a law that's like if you have like a criminal felony conviction and he's a sex offender, you cannot play on Xbox. And that's what it actually was for. But like that whole time I had these like insane fucking ideas, like, was Jeffrey Epstein like the most toxic fucking COD player or something, or whatever game, Halo, on Xbox, or what? You know, that's why I'm saying like assuming's not good, and especially when you're dealing with the internet and you're dealing with a constant feed of information that Twitter is able to provide. I don't know, like you can feel like a whole bunch of like emotional ups and downs over it, and it's like you gotta wait till it's all out there. That's another reason why like I'm waiting to do the Epstein stuff come Tuesday. Tuesday we'll do a Wingin' It where I yap, and I will be looking at that. So I like the yapping sessions would say, listen, you guys are very reassuring. I'm sorry I'm that type of girl that constantly needs reassurance, okay? I'm sorry. It's probably my biggest red flag, to be honest with you. Listen, but look at what I bring to the table. What do I bring to the table? I may have my red flags, guys, but do you know what I bring to the table? Misogyny. Let's keep this video going.
Other types of female writers working today, but the idea that this is somehow an example of typically female writing or a typically female writer is something I find incredibly frustrating and just a little bit insulting. But here's the thing. This fact, the fact that women dominate the literary industry, is not what created this problem. This problem has existed for a long time.
All right, let's get into the history of it, Miss Bitch.
Call it what you want. But let's just say it's the widespread and constantly increasing reliance on explicitly sexual content to sell books, at least in part.
Oh,
you know,
this
novel is seductive and compelling, or a meditation on the erotic, or an erotic black comedy, or a tour de force of erotic realism, or a book in which seduction beats suspense. And these are not recent books. Some of these were published over 20 or 30 years ago. It's there visually too, you know, like the naked woman on the cover of Jaws, this cover of Windmills of the Gods, or the old pulpy covers of sword and sorcery paperbacks. The thing is, a lot of these books that had these blurbs and these terrible covers usually had very limited sex in the books.
You guys make me feel good.
It kind of just came out of nowhere. The
reality
is, however, that no matter what the writers thought, the publishers knew that a little sprinkling of sex would let them mention it in the publicity, and that would boost sales. After a few generations cycle through this system, using sex to sell an otherwise mediocre or even terrible book is not even something that's questioned. For that matter, using sex to sell an excellent book isn't even questioned. Eventually, you reach a point where sex is
She has very nicely groomed eyebrows.
What I'm trying to say here is that the current year situation did not arise entirely out of thin air. Like, the second women started to dominate literature, everything became smut. I would concede that everything has become women-centric smut, or you could say smut written for women by women. But this issue, this almost virulent proliferation of smut, as it were, in literature has been a thing for a long time. The main difference is that previously some books were written by men and some by women. On top of that, the overall quality used to be higher, so the sex didn't really stand out, nor were the publishers leaning as heavily on the explicit content to sell the books, given that the books and the authors were generally of a higher quality in and of themselves. I can't read the minds of the women who wrote articles like these ones, but I'd guess that a major complaint a lot of these women really
about
had
sex?
when it came right down
Let
to
the
it
men
was that the sex
enjoy!
written by the men didn't really appeal to them.
I will tell you guys, there's a lot that feminist women will bitch about, especially like Yuri, the Yuri genre of like anime, manga, and I love Yuri. And they're like, well, this is just to appeal to the male fantasy, and it's like, sometimes it's not all about the men, okay? Alright, what about me? I'm being a marginalized bisexual bitch over here, okay? Why did they do that? Why do they hurt me? When they're trying to hurt men, why do they hurt me, guys? Why? Alright, I want to keep it going.
The issue that the sex isn't universally appealing? Or is the issue that sex as a selling point for fiction has become one of the most important aspects of the reading experience? And if that's true, why is that? I've read so many essays and articles and quotes written by men and women over the years who talk like sex is literally a mandatory element of fiction, whether it's a writer talking about how books without sex are insincere, or Philip Pullman, who apparently can't figure out where elf babies come from unless he can read an explicit account of the moment of conception.
What?
Things like this are so
I don't even know who that guy is
to me. I'm tempted to make a joke about Philip Pullman being unable to comprehend where the people he sees on the street come from unless he watched the act of conception with his own eyes. But there's no way he's that stupid. I mean that sincerely, there's no way. In which case, the only other explanation is that he's just trying to make an excuse for how badly he wants there to be lots of sex in books for him to both read and write.
You're making dumplings?
In that sense, one could argue that as ludicrous and worrying as it is that women are becoming so obsessed with the smut in their fiction, at least they're not pretending that they're in it for anything else. So many writers have repeated the same nonsensical argument that because sex is a natural part of the human condition, failing to include it in your novel would make it unrealistic or disingenuous. What strikes me the most about this argument is the lack of self-awareness. Bowel movements are also a natural part of the human condition, but I don't see people using bowel movement scenes to sell books. I also don't see that many bowel movements in romantasy. For that matter, childbirth is also a natural part of the human condition, and while that's a bit more likely to make it into a novel than a bowel movement, it also doesn't get championed the way sex does. Gosh, I wonder why that is. Listen, I'm not saying sex is bad and you can't put it in your book. I don't really care. What I am saying is that this ludicrous argument that books without sex
she has drank the most of her coffee during this whole video.
These people fail to recognize that they just sound like a writer or a reader who's mad because they didn't get to read a super poetic description of boobs in this spy
they do it worse.
I'm sorry, but it just comes across like that guy who's
they're
mad
worse
because
about
there
it.
are too many articles in this month's Playboy.
Because women...
Or that fangirl who's upset because her favorite idol's outfit didn't reveal...
I don't know if I'm projecting, but like most women, like they don't have to stop. Men, they get off once, maybe twice, we're done. But women don't have to stop. You guys know what I'm saying? Make steamed dumplings with beef, potatoes, and carrots. Oh, dude. I kind of want to make something like that soon. I've been able to actually eat like a full meal lately, you guys, since like the health scare. I've been able for like the past like week and a half, 2 weeks, like eat like a whole meal and not feel pain. So like it would be before from where like I had to be on the starvation diet pretty much, that like eating like, let's say like I wanted like just a sandwich, maybe like a burger, and it's got like both the buns on it, and I like lettuce, tomato, onion, pickle on mine, maybe cheese, like a 2 to 3 ounce burger patty. All that would be like too much, and I would be so fucking tired, and my stomach would be cramping because it's stretched out from where it shrank so much, like my stomach organ. Anyway, dumplings would be a great idea. And for those of you who are new here that don't know, I had an abdominal infection for 2 months, and then I wasn't really streaming for like 3 months because I was dealing with a lot because of that. But I'm okay now.
Feel enough
Let's
leg.
keep going.
Like at a certain point, you've got to stop and ask yourself, wait, why is
Good
the
night,
sex scene
Queen Op.
so
Thank you
important
so
to
much
me?
for being
Why
here.
does it matter how round this random
I
female
like
character's
BLTs.
boobs are? Why does this author feel the need to describe what this guy's hands taste like? If you put so much emphasis on using sex to sell books, then a huge chunk of people who buy the books will expect sex.
Yeah, it does seem
Every
self-inflicting
time the cycle
by damaging
repeats,
for
the
female
amount of
smut.
sex increases and the level of quality
women who'd want to
decreases.
enjoy it.
If this cycle
Brother, I
repeats
tell
enough
ya.
times, everyone stops noticing how important the sex has become to the whole
Even
process.
Epstein knew. He
They
liked
also
Yuri.
stop noticing how low the overall quality of the books has become. If the reader is expecting a little sex, then the publishers can add a little more to make the book stand out from the crowd, and so on until we get to...
Melissa Vask.
and so on. But I mean, sex has become increasingly centric in literature for the last century, going as far back as the likes of Lady Chatterley's Lover and James Joyce's Ulysses,
crazy. Like,
and even farther
I had
back
organs
to
that
Fanny
were
Hill,
swelling, and
let's not forget our
an
boy the
infection that
Marquis.
wouldn't go away.
Of course,
Don't know
these
how it
older
started.
examples
They don't
tended to
know,
get themselves
but
a
it finally
tiny
went
bit
away.
banned. While Lady
I
Chatterley's
am
Lover
relatively
and Ulysses both
healthy
tried to
outside
make
of a vitamin
some
D
kind of
deficiency.
ironically righteous First Amendment case for
And
erotica being a
needing
super
to
important
better
form
my
of
sleep.
art or whatever. But again, who do you suppose benefited from the legalization of explicit content in books? Human society or publishers? The debate about whether or not
Right.
wildly explicit material
Harry
is
Potter
protected
wouldn't
by
have
the
been as
American
popular
First
as it was if
Amendment
it
has
wasn't for
been
the
renewed
publisher
in
that
recent years. But I
J.K.
do
Rowling
find it
used.
interesting that those who argue the strongest for it are making a shocking
Or like boiling
amount
a pot of
money.
water.
The main issue
That's
I'm trying
crazy.
to
That's
make
actually like
here
a really
is
good
twofold. One,
way to put that. Men are like a firework, and women are like a boiling pot of water. Yeah.
sex on the level we see in books like this and this has actually
Yeah, my
been
eating
normal for a
habits. Oh my
long
God.
time. Not just
How I knew my eating habits were like improving is that like I had 1 can of tuna with an avocado and like 6 saltine crackers with no salt. And that was my dinner one night, and I felt good enough to have a banana after that, and then 2 mandarin oranges. Like, guys, that was like a lot of food for me at one time. I'm like, if I can do this and I feel so good, I'm better. I'm fully over what's going on. But my stomach shrank so much, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to re-stretch it out. I don't really overeat though, so like I don't know, maybe I don't know. I'm okay now, that's all that matters.
bodice rippers, but in highbrow, award-winning literature. So much so that when this issue took off and I started seeing people everywhere complaining, or at least expressing alarm at romantasy, while I didn't disagree, I completely agree, I was still pretty surprised. Hadn't we, as a reading society, decided decades ago that we were all apparently perfectly fine with insane amounts of sexual obsession in our fiction? I'm pretty sure we had. The second issue I want to mention is that even though the female aspect of this whole thing has a very distinctive look to it, men have also been writing piles of smut-esque literature for just as long. As I said at the
Well,
beginning.
I mean, men are, as far as I understood, men would just be like pretty overtly sexual because they're men. You know, I'm not talking like in like an insane way about that. At least they didn't used to be.
I don't find this to be a women in literature problem. I look at this as a smut in literature problem, for lack of a better term. I think it's worth noting that highbrow literature has always had more sex in it, while commercial fiction has tended to have less. I think a big reason that this has become such a major
female
issue that
writers
so
are
many
not
people
great.
are noticing is that the commercial fiction
most
is
of
now
them.
just as smutty and
You
explicit
could definitely name
as
some that
highbrow
are good.
literature has been for a long time. The other day, I was reading a book by Paul Auster. This guy is a novelist, one of the respected literary giants of his generation, legitimately a good writer, or I should say, a good put-together of words and sentences, if you will. Not 20 pages into this book, and his character was constantly examining his genitals. He was imagining what any random woman looked like naked the minute he met her, and every character, male and female, had to make sure their sexual habits and tastes were on the page within the course of the first meeting. This is the kind of thing that was much more common in books, especially literary fiction written by men, something you could almost call ambient explicitness, or even sometimes ambient perversion. It was there always on almost every page, no matter what the book was about. I personally find this kind of writing tasteless and baffling, but I do think that we as a society became desensitized to it. Now, women reading explicit fiction or fiction
I always
with
thought the
extremely
bar
explicit
kept being
elements
lowered
are
about
also
what was
becoming
good
increasingly
writing.
desensitized.
Just
That's why
like
you can look up things like
politicians.
spice beaters. Do you want a book to, read one-handed? Or do you just want to read a story? Well, the spice is going to be there regardless, but here you can at least gauge the quantity based on the specific level of desensitization you've reached. Men have been putting tasteless and excessive sex in books for a long time. Just because women are the ones writing it doesn't mean it's not also tasteless.
I mean, fair
point. Also doesn't
fair
mean
point.
that many male writers aren't just as obsessed with sex.
Women bitched about men's writing, and now we're gonna hold them against it, or like their own standard against them.
I didn't really like the books I read in school because there was never any magic, but there was really like not enough kissing for me.
I'm saying, where are the giant snakes? Where are the scantily clad women?
Anyone who has tried to read a book off the shelf in Barnes & Noble in the last
That's kind of how I feel about World of Warcraft, is what J.R.R. Martin said there. Except not about snakes.
5 years does not need to be told that the quality of Western literature is in decline. This is true across the board, and there are a million factors that have contributed to this, but like it or not, sex is one of them. The more you let sex sell the story, the less concerned you'll be with the quality of the story. Sex sells, as we all know. It sells so well that if you want, you can ignore most everything else. The bodice rippers of the past and the romantic genre now.
Zenger has a good point. The primary readers of male-written smut-esque literature that she mentions were women, unless they were short stories which were geared towards men. Right? Who did I say? George R.R. Martin? Did I say his name wrong? Guys, I never gave a shit about Game of Thrones, and I'm sorry if you enjoyed it. You enjoyed it. I just didn't care. I just didn't care about it. It's really hard to get me to get into anything that's fiction, though.
Shocking success has proven that. If the sex is explicit enough, tantalizing enough, controversial enough, nothing else matters. If you put a stack of books on the table and tell people the ones with the purple covers have lots of sex, the unfortunate reality is that those are the ones that will sell out first. The industry knows this. It's hard work to find good writers. It's hard work to write a good novel. Hard work to edit it well and then market it. Putting really explicit sex in the book means that the story
I don't know too much about Berserk, but it would put Game of Thrones to shame for me personally, because it looks so fucking cool.
People won't really be paying attention to the prose or the grammar. It means that all you'll have to do is slap a blurb on the cover that says something like, "Summer's steamiest read," and you're golden. Although, of course, because of the nature of human beings' interaction with explicit content, the sex you put in your stories in order to sell them will necessarily have to be more and more extreme. Of course, this doesn't mean that every book that has ever had explicit sex in it has been otherwise bad.
Berserk has always seemed really badass to me.
Sex often seems to have been shoehorned into otherwise good books. But one does wonder if all this literarily acceptable sex perhaps paved the way for a world of this and this and this.
All these are Walmart books.
Is smut only reprehensible if it's badly written? Is it only reprehensible if it's on the bestseller list? Or is all this a symptom of a much, much larger
If it says New York's bestseller, I just don't care.
For a very, very
I don't care. That's like AAA gaming to me.
The reality is
that
sex is 100% optional. And even then, there are times when the story might benefit from skipping the sex. And also, this bears repeating, there's literally never a good enough plot reason to describe every single action, motion,
I get it. They're
shoehorning
it.
There just isn't. Does that mean all sex in fiction is bad? No, of course not. Does that mean that all books that have sex in them are bad? Again, of course not. But unlike some authors who seem to believe that a book can't exist without explicit
Thank you for
content,
hanging out.
I am of the mind that certain things are better handled with
We're gonna
restraint.
go past 10 p.m.
As I said before, the largest
Eastern,
group of people who have
because I
worked
still
so
want to talk about these
tirelessly
books,
to normalize the consumption of erotic media are people whose sole motivation is profit. They do not care about female empowerment. They don't even care about female health.
As Epstein would say, it's for the goyim.
So I think it might be time for females to wake up. But while women are waking up, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing for the gents.
I don't say it as like articulately.
I hesitate to tell people what to do to fix this. It's easy to talk about the problem.
as scholarly as she does, but I do agree that women need to like do something else than goon.
Well, maybe not easy, but not difficult in the same way. You know that old thing that was everywhere a few years ago? You know,
I'm not
you
against
have
reading
two
smut
wolves
either.
fighting
Just,
inside you, and the
there's
one
like a
that
big
wins is
thing
the
here
one
where I
that you
wish women
feed.
would just
We all
own
have
up
so
to
much
things.
inside us, impulses to good and to bad, pulls to be selfish, pulls to be courageous or deviant or compassionate or lazy. And whatever we feed day to day is what we become.
Go ham in
If we
abundance.
feed the impulse to obsess over sex, that's what we will become. And on a long enough timeline, we'll become a perverted sex addict. The same goes for society. Maybe things in literature are the way they are because we've been feeding perversion for too long.
Well,
now there are no other
as
strong
millennials
hungers,
say,
no
the
hunger
bar
for
is on the
powerful
floor.
storytelling, for
I actually really
aspirational
hate that. I
heroes,
hate
for
millennial
nuanced
humor,
characters,
too.
beautiful prose, and so
But
on. It's like
Bars on
society has become the monkey that pushes the
fuck.
pleasure button
Can I
instead of the
speak?
food button.
The
until
bar's
it
on the
dies.
floor.
Maybe we should consider starving that particular hunger and see what happens.
That was a beautiful video, actually. I give it 5 out of 5 stars. It was beautiful, beautiful woman, beautiful brain, beautiful video that took me 2 hours to get through. It was beautiful. She's beautiful time. I actually learned a bit more than what I knew was even going on. I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't know that like women gooning so fucking bad was going to bring on new types of mental illness. Like, all right, we got subgenres of neuroticism now. Like, oh my god. It is the accountability I have the issue with. Just women can admit they goon as much as men, at least. Yeah. Well, you know, there's like this whole delusion where they have to make it seem as though that they're not the same as men, even though they scream for equality. And some of them think that they could just do shit the same as a man. And I'm talking about women in general. I'm not talking about like the exceptions, okay? Like that one girl who's able to carry 30 pounds on her back in the military, no fucking problem. I'm not talking about them. Okay? And also for the new faces that are here, I want to tell you something. All of my wonderful Rumble babies, they understand this, but I do not take myself seriously, and you shouldn't take me very seriously either. Okay? I'm probably not a very good streamer or VTuber. I am here solely because it amuses me and I think it's funny, and I also really love all you guys. I love all you guys. I want you to do good. And like and also drink water and eat fiber, or else you might end up like I did somehow and have an abdominal infection for like 2 months. So I do care about your health as well. Okay. But anyway. I don't know. I was gonna make a point and I forgot what it was. As I said way earlier on, I am kind of tired. That PC is ruining her room setup look. Yeah, I know that computer that she has matching her hair color there. Gooning, not looming, damn it. Nathan, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I got ya. Yeah, I remember whenever I was a teenager, hearing that like by the 2030s that the internet will be like 75% or 80% porn. And I really hate that that was true. Because I mean, for like what, the past like 50 years now, like common decency has been just slowly eroding away, and now everybody just hates each other and they're just gonna go goon. That's like grossly surmising it, but like that's kind of in a weird way how it feels to me whenever I look at the big picture, you know? I take everything seriously. Jokes aside, I can't remember for the life of me where I saw you first, but glad I stopped by. Keep up the great work. Oh god, thank you. Oh, hang on. I'm actually like a very legally blind person, so I gotta like lean in to see what your name is. Element Earth? Ooh, that's very creative. Element Earth. I'm happy you stopped by too, man. I'm real happy about that. If any of you are in my Discord, I did dox my glasses If you want to see how legally blind I am, I have like some really thick glasses. I don't have them on now. VTube Studio cannot detect my eyes because of how magnified my fucking glasses are, so I have contacts in. How many people are viewing me on YouTube? If you guys did not know this, I actually never, I can't say never, I don't keep up too much with how many viewers, especially now that like I've come back to streaming after a couple months of like dealing with health stuff. I'm really just here to have fun with you guys. So I don't watch the numbers, but I am curious, like how many's watching me on YouTube? Oh my god, there's 33 people over there. There's 33 of you. There's 33 sweet faces checking me out. And I am very grateful to have you here. How many's on Rumble? Hang on. 24 on Rumble. Brothers. My home, Rumble. I'm so happy that every one of you are here. I really am. I'm grateful for you spending a little bit of man hours on me. You know, that's valuable. That's very valuable to have your time and to share my time with you as well. And I hope that you've been pleasantly entertained, even though like I'm kind of all over the place, because I am terminally a woman and I'm sorry about it, okay, Mr. Patriarchy people? Okay, my patriarchy? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just a girl, okay? I'm just a girl. Hello. First time YouTube bros outnumber us Rumble bros. It is the first time. Happy Mars is my editor. Let's talk a little bit about the community. I do have a growing community that I am ever so proud of. Very chill, laid back people. Like-minded people. It's great. We all commonly hate the same things as well, which is nice. We hate the government. We didn't like the COVID bullshit that went down. Most of us are pro-Trump. Most of us give Trump a chance. What have you? Like a lot of, like, I'm happy. I'm someone who does not have friends IRL, and now I have a growing community where I feel really a part of things. Like that means the whole world to me, you guys. It really does. It makes depression. It makes me less miserable, and I mean that from my heart. MAGA supporter. I mean, I'm critical. I got my critique of Trump, right? But like, I like that he pisses the elites off. I like that. That's, to me, that's like quite redeeming. As far as my politics, let's say I'm way out there, like wanting to create a formal American empire out there. I'm certain that prolonged loneliness would have been dangerous to me. I mean, it can get like really bad, you know. For me in particular, like bad, not like, I'm not talking like I want to end my life or anything. I'm not saying that. Real talk, I'm not saying that. Just kind of like in all realness, it feels like I lose purpose. Like if I don't keep moving forward and like working my shitty little job, having fun with you guys when I can, and you know, playing some games with like my friends, which for all the new people, if you check out my backlog of streams on Rumble, you'll see like I have this like really nice ragtag of homies that I met through World of Warcraft over the years, and I'll play games with me sometimes, or I'll like make them do it. But like, you know, alone all the time, like it gets to me. But I do try to use my time to work on myself, like work out, try to sleep good, but I really fail at that one. So, you know, and just eat good, do productive things, and it keeps me moving forward. But when the moment that I'm not moving forward and I'm stagnating, and I'm not trying to blackpill, I'm just being honest with you about like who I am. I will start feeling like I'm just existing and I don't have much purpose. And that's why you gotta keep going. You gotta keep moving on. Having that close-knit circle is nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wish it was more close knit at times, but you can't make everybody happy. He ran on return to normalcy after the last fake pandemic. Take the wins in life when you can get them. I'm someone who likes to accept the mundane, be happy with what I have. I'm very grateful for that and what I'm able to even do for myself. I gotta say, I made a Rumble account only for this channel. Auto Rifleman, I think you've told me that before. Guys, I'm gonna get emotional. I'm gonna get emotional, I'm sorry. Oh, we got new faces, all this like love. And then we got like the core homies that's been here for like a long time over on Rumble. Oh yeah. I will tell you guys, like you new guys, like I was on Rumble. I talked about it a little bit earlier, I'll go a little bit more in depth right now. I was mainly on Rumble, mostly because I was afraid of YouTube. And what I mean by that is like I like get banned. You know, I'm like in the middle of having fun and YouTube's like, "Oh, no, you got too silly close to the sun, bitch. Now you're banned. You done pissed off a troon. It's over. Bye." You know, and it's like, well, there goes my fucking fun on YouTube. Now people would get in trouble for posting clips of me probably. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get silly that hard. I'm not like Groiper level silly, but I mean, I try to keep it cool for the censors. I mean, I would go back. I say this all the time. I would go back to pre-2016 internet any day. If I can't have the golden era back, I at least want that back where we can drop N-bombs, no problem. Sorry, my bigotry's coming out. No, my racism's coming out. Oopsie. Years. Yeah, Mars has been with me. Mars now edits my videos. You guys, I'm not good at editing. Like you wonderful people that found me on YouTube, I want to thank Happy Mars for that. One of my OG viewers who basically since the beginning been there for me. Has even gave me ideas to do things. I think it was Happy Mars, yes, that told me to do the book streams, which that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I intend to bring back the reading streams eventually, but they will have to be Rumble only so I don't get DMCA'd on YouTube. I mean, most of what I'm reading anyway is public domain. You know, I do try to not circumvent shit to like steal from like an author or an artist or anything, but I don't know. I get DMCA'd on YouTube just by using music that I know is copyright free. So Rumble count? Yeah. I mean, I know Rumble's just kind of like a digital island way out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, who the fuck's really on Rumble? But I get away with a lot more stuff on Rumble. I'm very tempted in the near future to do once a month Rumble only streams where we can like take a more harder look at like certain things that YouTube would like come after me for. I don't know. That could be like looking at stuff relating to Mossad and Israel or something like that. I mean, you never know. It really just depends on the administration and government. That's what it seems, because it's like under Biden, like right-wing stuff is getting like very bogged down in the algorithm and outright shadow banned. So, you know, Rumble is really good for that. So, hi Bear. The Rage Lord internet days were honestly pretty cool. Oh, shit, yeah. I can't Rumble, unfortunately. The last time I tried, it ran. Now, Rumble that is completely fine. Rumble can be laggy as shit. It gets bogged down, but I don't know. I have faith in Chris, the CEO, and his team to eventually, you know, get it to a nice spot. We can hope. Hang on, I'm messing with my camera. Sadly, Cracker is here. Steven Crowder. Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I say sadly? This is Salty Cracker. I'm having to like look over my fucking phone. Salty Cracker's here. Steven Crowder, Side Scrollers. I love Salty Cracker. Whenever I did start doing Winging It, Salty Cracker was actually my main inspiration of just like kicking back, looking at shit that makes me laugh and doing that. I was actually very inspired by Salty Cracker. I like him a lot. Well, thank you. I call it my flight suit. My outfit's my flight suit. Love the reading streams. Mars, you do. Mars. Not good at editing. I've tried. I've made my shorts. I'm not good at editing. I also don't have a lot of time. Fucking shout out Happy Mars brothers. Do you also do any gaming streams as well? Hazel, I'm glad you asked that. Because the answer is kind of. Kind of. Previously, before the like near death health scare I dealt with, I would stream like a Winging It once or twice a week, and then I would just like do like a whole bunch of gaming streams. But after I had so much time to like contemplate what I wanted to do, in that small hiatus, I came back with the idea that I will stream games in the afternoon before I have to go to work, and then do Winging It. Like we just talked about hot topics or like anything that interests me in the evening time. So you would get me like twice a day because I still have to go work at my shitty fucking job. So I don't get the privilege of like streaming for like 7 hours straight. And I haven't been able to do it recently because I've just been like sleeping a lot and not feeling the best. But 11 p.m. Eastern till about 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Did I say 11 p.m.? 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. I will do gaming streams, or at least I try to. And I don't know. I gotta get back to Hytale. I also want to try Tarkov. You guys, I'm not a good gamer. I am not a good gamer. Okay? Like I'm also a very unserious person. So if you're watching, if I do Tarkov and you've come to watch me for that, please know I'm not going to be great at the game. Don't watch me because I'm good. Don't ever, like, go watch Shroud or somebody. I'm not good. Eastern. I am in the eastern part. Salty's got such great quotes. Fucking lefty goofballs sticking their dicks in lawnmowers. I love the zingers that Salty Cracker says. I do. I love Salty Cracker. Major shout out to somebody who influences me. You're better at Hytale than I am. Brother, I'm just lucky that game is kind of easy. There's also been a request that I play games that I really enjoy that I thought would be boring on stream, which is the Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I do have a soft spot for really girly games, okay? I do. Hazel, you're awesome. I'll miss those game streams. I'm at work during those times. Well, listen, big shout out once again to my homeboy Mars, Happy Mars, because we'll probably get some like edits posted of some of my gaming streams. I mean, I don't know. I don't actually think I'm that entertaining, but people keep telling me I am, and for some reason that keeps me streaming, guys. I know. I'm sorry. You gotta go back and watch my election stream. I don't really remember much of what happened election night other than like Dugan, which you new guys are gonna get familiar with one of my best friends that has a Texas-sized personality, and I mean that with so much happiness and love in my heart, is Aonix, and Aonix is Dugan. And I was watching the election stream with a few of my friends. That's even, guys, low-key, like, to overshare, that was the night I lost a very close friend. Not that they died, they came to my stream and they're like, oh, you are fucking pro MAGA? Unfriended me everywhere. And I was like, I let that roll off my back, like, whatever. Fuck you. I'm not gonna kowtow to this, like, leftist delusion. Like, I'm not. I actually have so much respect for myself that I'm not gonna ever fucking fall to leftist delusion. It's over for me when it comes to that shit. But anyway, election night, I remember like Dugan And shout out to all the Rumble people if you remember this too. I remember Dugan losing his fucking shit because we saw that moment that those trucks were coming in and they were full of ballots and we knew that they were injecting. They were trying to rig it again. And now looking back, I'm starting to think that was like that was straight up the illegals. That was straight up like I don't know, Somalis, illegals, any of them. The one in Pennsylvania? I think that's the one, yeah. I think that's the one, Savask. Every year, I have moved further right because of them. Yeah, listen, as like, I'm gonna tell it to you this way, as like a non-religious, I am technically a secular person. I'm agnostic, I'm spiritual, but like I don't really adhere to a dogma, right? But some leftists, they make me feel like I need Jesus. I'm like, brother, listen, I'm gonna get a rosary and pray for these people. Like, that's how like fucked up it gets for me. They make me feel like I need Jesus. Just you ever dealt with someone? It's like, wow, I feel like I lost brain cells. Well, for me, I'm just like, being in your presence has dirtied my spirit, and I need to go cleanse, brother. Like, that's how it has me feeling at times. Dugan was blackpilling so hard. I can't believe he would do that. Fucking Dugan. Why would he do that? Dugan's blackpilling? Trump's winning and Dugan's blackpilling? Dude, he was so fucking over it. I was too. I was trying to not listen to Dugan. I'm like, no, they may be rigging it, but this time, like, there's so many fucking people that's so done with the working class being shit on, and all these, like, entitled, weirdo, blue-haired people screaming in our face. Like, no. There's no amount of illegals that can, like, do this. Election night was something else, guys. It really was something else. Why not? Go for it. Give it a try. Grab that rosary. I'm not doing dogma. I'm not. I can't. I have enough stress in my life. That I understand that there's Catholics, and then there's the Protestants, and then there's the Ortho bros. There's the Orthodox. And I understand. But I don't know. I don't need religion. I hope that doesn't offend or hurt any of you guys. Like, I have a lot of respect and love for Christianity. I really do. Even these VTubers that was shitting on Christians recently, and I'm just like, what? They're not even, like, trying to convert you, brother. What's your fucking problem? While you look like a dog furry, and you got fans that want to ship you with other yaoi gay things. Like, what? Staying to your true values / opinions is really underrated. By the way, this is Music Lover! Hi! It was just between my normal account or my you're a VTuber? Wait, Music Lover, wait, are you a VTuber? Hang on. I'd love to support the VTubers that love hanging out with me. I do. Are you a VTuber? Hold on. Music Lover, you tell me right now. The left just wants to control everything they do because they're fucking weird and gay. And they're glorified hall monitors, and it's like, hey, fuck off. Yeah, there is so many newcomers. Again, bottom of my heart, I'm happy that you're here. That's why we're gonna go later, because I yap too much. I'm not really good. Look, guys, I'm not like Asmongold. I can't stay on topic very well. I'm sorry. I'm just a girl. I'm sorry. I say that for those of you who's new here. I say that because of one of the streams that one of the Wingin' I did where there was women that were harassing ICE agents, and then the ICE agents would go confront them, and they would be like, I'm just a girl. I have kids. I'm just a girl. Girly Games, try the, how do you say that? Atelier series. I'm almost embarrassed to play them. Listen. As men, I want you to know right here, right now. I understand that women are convoluted and stupid about this, but for me personally, men love soft sweetness just like females do, and it's I'm never gonna judge you for liking any type of game. Not ever. I think it's cute. Like all these dudes that are like they like what's the mobile game? Nikke? I don't really play mobile games, but Nikke, and they really like the story of Nikke. I've heard this talked about a lot. And all the girls seem like really cute to like I think they call the main like your character the commander or the captain, the commander, and they're like really cute. Men deserve sweet cuteness in their lives. They do. That's a hill I'll die on. Okay. It's because they were upset they had to go to Sunday school. To be frank, I didn't like it either, but I'm still Christian. Yeah, I loved Sunday school when I was a kid. I don't know, I had like some negative things happen for me that really made me not want to be dogmatic. Is mainly internet connection where I'm at right now. Oh, music lover. Hell yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna click that. There you go. Oh my god, a VTuber friend. See how bad my internet is? That took forever to load. It's him! I'm gonna follow him. Oh my god, if you guys want to support Music Lover, who's a fellow VTuber, I'm gonna post this over on YouTube. There you guys go, that's Music Lover. Alright. Holy shit. Let me go through these books for you. I want to read some reviews, and I also went to Amazon and stole some excerpts. Okay? And I want to read these to you. They're not going to be like the bad, smutty part of the book, because Amazon's not going to show you that for free. But we can get kind of an idea of the book, okay? God, I'm shy now. Music Lover, don't worry about it. When I first started VTubing and I got really into it, and I was primarily on Rumble. I used to get so shy about people wanting to shout me out in their streams too. And a lot of VTubers, you see, this is where I'm new to YouTube. So a lot of VTubers don't like for people to be supported or shouted out or anything like that. But from where I'm from Rumble. The Rumble community is actually it's small, but it's very cozy and tight knit. And it's like no thing to be like, hey, shout yourself out. Hey, we got another fucking homie. And I'm going to continue doing that even if I'm on YouTube now, because it sparks joy in me, guys, okay? I just realized that like people are like sometimes people will come to my stream. It's like, no, I'm not going to shout myself out because it's your stream. It's like, you're not stepping on no toes here. We're having a party. It's all right. It's okay. You're probably a part of my community, or at least halfway a part of it, and that's fine. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. But I'm not gonna like push anybody. Like I understand a lot of people are like, there's no advertising in my stream, and it's like, well, okay. I personally don't mind. I'm going to dip J Wolf. Thank you so much for being here, and you sleep good, brother. You're sleeping at a reasonable time, and you're doing a wonderful job, and you have good sleepies. Okay. Well, I'm a huge part of it now. Aw. Should I pass the Discord link out? Hang on. Do you guys... Anybody want some Discord invites? I should probably do that. There's so many of you. I don't have my Discord public because I've had, like, weird Troon people, like, come in and raid before. So, I just don't keep it public, but, like, we can pass it out. Pass it out. Passing out the Discord link. And anyone is more than welcome to join. More than welcome. It's very cozy. A lot of like-minded people. Very chill place. There's a lot of channels. Some say there's too many channels, but listen, I am a woman and I like to keep house. So I even added pretty emojis to the channels, okay? But there you guys go. Anyway, I should probably talk about this. Weird troons, like troontifa, trannies, troons. I'm sorry, I do have like a weird kind of way that I speak. Hazel, it's okay. It's all fine. The memes are pretty solid in my server too. There's some servers where I'm like, the memes are a little dry. But my viewers always come in because you guys are good babies. Goodest babies. Some say the best, and that some is me because I know what's best. Hang on, let me approve you guys. I see you. Alright. So I'm gonna read some books to you. And, well, I'm not gonna like straight read books to you. That was for a different time. That's for a long time ago. I'm gonna read the synopsis of some books to you, okay? And we'll get through some of these, and then I'll have to wrap it up and find somebody to raid, okay? And we're probably gonna raid someone on Rumble, because I still don't know how to really do the raid thing on YouTube. I also never learned it too much on Twitch either. It's okay. Me? Based? It's more likely than you think. Welcome in. What's your name? I'm a whore? Is that your name? Hold on. I'm a whore? I hope you have tricked many adorable women with that one. I'm a whore. Oh, shout out to I'm a whore. Oh god, cursed image, Troon, Tifa. Oh lord. Oh lord. Aw, new babies in my Discord. I'm happy you're there. I'm happy you guys are all there. Alright. Now I'm gonna finally do this thing that I kept saying I was gonna do. You ready? I'm gonna do it. Are you ready? Hang on. I'm gonna take a drink of water. That's why you chose it? It's a great name. Elemental Earth followed me on Twitch, and I have both alerts going because I forgot that still happens. Thank you for following me on Twitch. You are now my sweetest little tiny darkling over there. Do you guys remember when I used to call you darklings, and then everyone decided they wanted to be Zatri at front, and then we read Nietzsche, and then I was like, now you're my little Ubermenschen. That's evolution of whatever the fuck was going on. Can you believe it? Like they do song covers, doing audiobooks. Hey, now that's a great idea. I don't have a very good voice, and I can't speak in character too much. Like, I'm dumb as shit. Chaos, thank you for following me on Twitch too. Yeah, back when I first started, I called you guys Darklings, and then we evolved. Now you're my little Ubermenschen, and I think that's more endearing. Even though you call yourself Zatri at front, but we can be both. We're a team, but you're also my babies. Okay? Remember what Sun Tzu said. Sun Tzu said, treat your soldiers as children and they will follow you into battle. You guys are my babies. And we're in a meme war. I don't think the meme war ever ended. Did anyone declare that the meme war ended? I don't think it did. We're still in it. We're fighting together. I need to do this. Are we ready? I'm going to finally do it. So this is Haunting Adeline by H.D. Carlton. Now these are books that I have physically picked up in Walmart next to the kids section that I read like dirty parts to. But I again don't have that because Amazon's not going to have that available, but I at least have something to present. So the synopsis here is, I can manipulate the emotions of anyone who lets me. I will make you hurt, make you cry, make you laugh and sigh. I gotta see what Carlton looks like in just a minute. But my words don't affect him, especially not when I plead for him to leave. He's always there, watching and waiting. I can never look away. Not when I want him too close. Or, what's it say? Not when I want him to come closer. We're still in the meme war. I didn't think it was over yet, because I don't know. I hope Hillary still gets, like, super fucking mad every time she sees a Pepe. It's like Psychic War. That War is that Blue Oyster Cult song you're saying about. Yeah. The meme war is eternal. That is true. The keck of magic as well. Like, it'll never dry up. It's always gonna be there. Oh shit, I gotta read this other part. The shadow. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, but there's a shadow in this. I didn't mean to fall in love, but now that I have, I can't stay away. Oh, this is the guy. I don't feel like this is what's on the back of that book. I don't remember now. Let's see. I'm mesmerized by her smile, by her eyes, and the way she moves, the way she undresses. I'll keep watching and waiting until I can make her mine. And once she is, I'll never let her go. Not even when she begs me to. This is cringe. Oh, that's what she looks like? Hang on. That's what she looks like. Scorpion tattoo? Interesting. Let's see. What are the reviews on this one? So they're not great. You're so fucking creamy, he rasps. What? Wait, why is she rating this 1 star, but she, like, loved that line? Well, that was absolutely terrible, smiley face. This book was on my radar because many of my Goodreads friends who had read Her Soul to Take and Her Soul for Revenge seemed to love this one too, but were both dark stalkerish romances with kinky smut. This book is shit though, sorry. She was like really passive aggressive about it. I'm not gonna read these like little excerpts that she included. I'm just gonna skim. She like, they all give these like really long responses. Damn. Here's a Gen Z one because they're calling it corny. This book was fucking corny. It was awful. She sounds like she was denied orgasm already. That's what she sounds like to me. Hang on. It was awful, but also a fucking corn fest. When reading a dark romance, you expect a little more depth and triggering themes to accompany the story. Maybe a little drugs, death, etc. This book combines a goofy-ass hacker vigilante stalker and an insufferable heroine and claims itself to be dark romance. It's a joke. The main character, Adeline, is supposedly the manipulator and Zay, or the stalker is the shadow. I don't really fucking remember the names because it was so stupid and unnecessary. Anyways, the story proceeds with Addie staying at this creepy fucking house for no fucking reason. This fucking girl, for no fucking reason, where countless people have died, introduces a whole ass fucking ghost, and then promptly forgets the part of the plot. Like, okay, cool beans, I guess. Then Zay, the stalker, me, I'm coming for that pussy. Then Z sees her in some book signing and stalks her like insanely. Okay, Z is the corniest motherfucker I've ever read in my life. He's this dubcon. What the fuck does that mean? Dubcon psycho. He literally sends her a pair of cut off hands when she let some creep finger bang her. Stalker, who is actually a self-taught mastermind hacker who saves kids and women from sex trafficking. I'm on the side of this girl. Like, this sounds terrible. Yep, I'm serious. I lost my place. Yes, I'm serious. And it's an absolute cringe fest. Her BFF is also a vigilante. The word choice the author uses is so juvenile, it made me scream. I mean, do we live in a Neil Breen movie? Yo, Neil Breen mentioned! Oh my god! Do I have any music? I just have this. Obama. That's good enough. Neil Breen mentioned. The darkness this book promises is completely gone at this point. The funniest and most ironic part, however, is that Mr. Savior, aka Mr. I Can't Bear to See Innocent Kids Raped at the hands of powerful men and I have to save them with my chiseled jaw and ugly scar, rapes the main character with a gun. Okay. I mean, are you kidding me? I don't mind DubCon. I'm not putting it together what DubCon is. But at least take a look at the damn plot, author. You can't have him save rape survivors and rape the main character. The later sex scenes are a little better because she's more attracted to him and apparently gets off on the fear. Like, okay, whatever, woman. He even tells her to get off his dick and start running. Bitch, you better get off my dick and start running. Daddy's getting a fucking axe after you. He even tells her to get off his dick and start running because he loves the chase. Oh, he physically loves the chase. Wow. Athletic. Like, she's on his dick and then gets off to... Hold on, what? Like, she's on his dick and then gets off. It's so fucking funny. Like, damn, Jack in the Box. This girl is actually very cartoony. Anyways, back to the child trafficking sacrifices, drinking blood scenes. These scenes are so corny. I mean, there's these senators who are doing it, and Z and his group are trying to hack into their society, which, hey, want to know the name of their creepy, dangerous group? The Society? Like, hello? Is this Wattpad? Is this Wattpad novel? It's so funny. Anyways, these scenes were the only thing keeping me reading this book. One reason was because it was so corny, it was funny, and the other was because it was actually interesting seeing how fucking lame someone can make sex trafficking. You know, I think somebody should make a book about how a girl was too ugly for some Middle Eastern dudes to rape and she got plastic surgery over it. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? That would like never happen in real life. That's totally fantasy. I mean, come on. Also, apparently Addie's great grandma also had a stalker and was supposedly killed by her husband. That's got some Twilight vibes to it. And Addie was targeted by the society to be sold because she's pretty. That's got some Handmaid's Tale to it. It's all so much and so poorly executed. Okay, this book has several major flaws, but the biggest one is trying to have too many storylines at once. You have the romance and sex, the stalker and fear, the sex trafficking, and the grandma's murder. It's way too much. Pair with a drawn-out plot, juvenile writing, corny-ass scenes, and insufferable characters. That, my friend, creates a bad book. To be fair, at some parts, it was so bad, it was good. But it was good. So it proves to be a really good comedy if you're interested. Guys, I didn't intend to read all that, but I'm glad I did, actually. A genre tag? DubCon? Wait, do we know DubCon is dubious consent? Oh, I see. This is the funniest review. It really is. I don't have an account, otherwise I'd be like, this bitch is doing good. Also, by the way, I see it up here prompting me. Happy Black History Month, guys. I forgot that was this month. Shortest month of the year. Happy Black History Month. It is February 1st, isn't it? I'm still stuck in January. Why did January have to go by so fast? Now you want to grab this out of spite? I'm sorry, I'm clapping my thighs with my hands. I get excited and I gotta do like a little smack. So, this book is called Haunting Adeline by H.D. Carlton. Get a good look at that cover. I cannot enlarge it for some reason, but get a good look at that cover. You will find this in Walmart. And if you don't, you can try Target. I don't have a Target nearby, but my Walmart has like a massive Booktok section. So, if you want it, you can find it. Alright? I don't know why I started talking that way, but I hope it helped. January is fucking insane. It was. Like, what happened? Last month felt like a year. Black History Month, I thought it was NASCAR month, brother. We're about to vroom vroom. I'm sorry I've missed things that you said, but I did learn what dubious consent was. I didn't even know that there was like an in-between. I knew there was like non-con, And now there's like dubious where it's like, oh, it's questionable. He's gonna fuck me while I'm asleep. I'm not consenting, but my body is. Like, is that what that means? Read bedtime stories to your Discord, voice chat to practice audiobooks. I mean, that's not like a bad idea, but like it would be a lot easier for me to like just finally pick a new book and finally go back to story time, because I do actually really miss it. Dime store novels. You know, that makes me think of Danielle Steele. How many times have you seen like a Danielle Steele book like some fucking where? Why is she still producing books? She's got like 105,000 books. What's NTR? What does NTR mean? Platity plat. That made me laugh. I think it was the rhythm. What you talking about? Where did we have plat? Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna read you more, and this is an excerpt from the book. Again, it's not smutty part. I just grabbed this right off the sample that Amazon provides, and it's gonna give you kind of an idea of how, what's her name, Claudia Carlton writes. Okay. Even though I think we got enough from like that one girl that was just raging about the book. So I'm gonna start right here. Babe, honestly, that sucks. But you know, I always say it like it is. You would have been like a Stepford wife. So I feel like you were saved. You deserve better than that. Did you know a man knows if he wants to marry you in 6 months? He was making you wait, stringing you along. Okay. Layla says, matter-of-factly, almost an hour after I've told her all... This is first person. A lot of these books are first person. After I've told her all about the day that feels like an eternity ago, not mere weeks. So, what? You're coming back to Harmony to start fresh? She's asking, sipping her drink. Dude, I'm bored of that. Lord Rexworth is rating me on Rumble! Another one of my VTuber homies for all of you new faces on YouTube. You will find that any VTuber that you find on Rumble is based, if that's what you're into. Yeah. Lord Rexworth, hi! Welcome in! It is a most noble raid indeed. What were you streaming? It's good to see you, brother. What were you streaming? Yeah, I mean, we're finally getting to the nitty-gritty of book talk because I'm punctual with my streams, but like I am all over the place when we're doing them. NTR is for cucking. NTR equals cucking. But what does it mean? Like, I didn't know that. I thought it was just, you just say cuck holding, right? Darn, that's some rough dialogue, brother. It really was. I'm telling you, you will entertain yourselves. Now, I get it. You guys are all dudes and you don't want to be caught looking at like the smutty books in Walmart if you do it that way. I'm pretty sure there's probably a PDF somewhere if you want to do it that way, if you want to take a gander. I don't know. I say just do it anyway, and if women look at you sideways, just be like, fuck you, bitch. Don't stop objectifying me. You know? Or you could wear your joggers so they could look at your bulges. You could do that and just like, what? I'm a guy who likes smut. And then she'll be so distracted by your bulge that she'll be like, well, carry on. These are not life advice. Do not take me seriously. I don't even take myself seriously. Play D&D? I have technically played D&D, and there's a couple streams on Rumble where I was first starting out and I got invited to one, or session, but I'm still learning. I'm kind of retarded with D&D. I think D&D is like really fascinating. I think it's cool, but I don't know. I'm also like, I'm a slow learner. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that for you guys. I'm a slow learner, and I know it annoys people to tell me like 12 fucking times like how to do these dice rolls, and I just don't like to be a burden. I might be a little self-conscious about my retardation sometimes, okay? Maybe. They're not tight jeans. Are you humble bragging? Show her your bulge. Put it in the quotes channel. Wait, is Tilted a scribe? Can he do it? Tilted. Can Tilted post in my quotes channel? Make him a scribe. Tilted, you are a scribe now if you want to go post it. Tilted's also another one of my OGs. I having like this core base you guys will all get familiar with. Brings a tear to my eye, guys. So happy and proud of this community. This one. Mine. There's no other better community than mine. I may have a bias. Maybe. You be the judge, though. Being an active learner, I try to learn new things all the time and keep an open mind, but like I also have this like stubborn thing about me where I have to learn in patterns, and apparently that's an autistic thing. I don't know. I never had a proper diagnosis. Let's not worry about that for right now. Let's continue on. Let's like let's read somewhere else on this. Let's see. We're gonna start right here. I'm gonna skip around. My eyebrows perk up. Like, Did you see my eyebrows perk up just like hers? Perked. Alright. Lighthouse Landing is one of the nicest resorts on Tybee Island, right on the ocean. For some reason, I pictured this wedding to be anything but traditional. I mean, of course she's gonna be talking about a wedding. Blah, blah, blah. I'm bored of this one. Let's move on. So this is Credence by Penelope, blah, blah, blah. Penelope Douglas. And let me tell you something. If you go to your Walmart, you could throw Target in there, but I'm more familiar with Walmart. Is, that... What the hell was I talking about? You will come across Penelope Douglas's name a lot. Okay, some of these people I venture to assume are actually using AI. I'm not going to make any, like, judgment calls other than, like, just say I have my suspicions, because they will churn out books. Just churn them out, churn them out, churn them out. And you'll come to find that if one of these girl authors had several different books and they were not in a series, they are just copy paste the same story over and over in each book, just with like different names. I fucking shit you not. And a lot of them will have like New York bestseller and stuff like that. And it's like, that's another reason why I was like saying like we can talk about men's style of writing, but women are like playing a system here. And it's like, well, men were doing it too. There were men who were faking being women and writing Booktok smut. I can't even talk. Can I send you a book? Oh, Stitch, I just saw you say that. Yeah, sure. Sure. If you need to DM me, my DMs are actually open on Twitter. I could relink the Discord link if anybody's interested. That's new coming in to join that, and you could reach me that way. You just let me know. Let's see. What was I saying? Oh yeah, they'll do that. It's like, well, there was 3 dudes who used a fake female pen name and wrote a best-selling smut book. I can't remember the name of the smut book, but you could probably Google all this information and find it yourself. And all the women lost their fucking mind that one Booktok book was written by 3 men. And they won an award for it. Okay? And it's like, yeah, okay, we can argue semantics all you want, but my main fucking point is that these women are, like, not trying. And then they want to be, like, mad at men for actually doing a better job. Like, whatever. I'm also glad Booktok has the problem of being filled with garbage instead of heartfelt smut about millionaire vampire werewolf dragons or whatever. I gotta tell you, it is pretty hilarious that this got popular because of TikTok, and it's just garbage. It's just as garbage as I find TikTok to be. Like, it is pretty funny. Zay, is your learning curve stair steps, jumps, all at one once, then stays flat for a while. I do that. Yeah, similar. Yeah. Or I have to spend like 12 hours like mentally adjusting to like playing a game, which is partially why like I'm not good at games whenever you guys do see me play them. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. Slow learner. I've just always assumed that's what it was. Poor processing power, maybe? I don't know. Stress. That might be it. But I'll definitely have to like learn patterns. I don't know really how to explain that one though. But I'll just like keep seeing like the same thing over and over, and I'm like, okay, well these patterns are associated to this type of thing, or this type of personality, or what have you. And then I'll try to explain that to people, and they'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I also gotta kind of fight with myself to figure out how to even like articulate my own thoughts to people. I told you I'm complex, all right? In retarded ways. Yo, I hate turn-based combat, says the person that fights replies online daily. Damn, that is similar, isn't it? Too bad I play mine like like a tank masquerading as a support. That's cute. That's very cute. I play support. I'm a healer in games. And tanks are always like very, very important. I love the tank. Okay, I will heal the tank. What does it? Listen. You bring a lot to the table as a tank, and I, as the priest, as a healer, I will bring healing to the table for my tank. All right. You guys keep that in mind. Eventually, I gotta watch some home math videos. We're not gonna do it tonight. Hang on, let me get my planner. We're not gonna do it tonight. But I got home math on the docket for winging it eventually, because he's got this brand new video that people... I hate to miss a home math video. I am a home math loyalist. The man has only ever said one thing I've disagreed with ever, and that's video games are not a hobby. I understand why he makes that point. We don't have to like really go into it right now, but I understand why he makes that point. But I just disagree. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I love home math unconditionally. Great guy. Great content. He has actually helped me understand a lot of womanese that I didn't even understand. And I'm like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Why are women the problem? What's going on here? They're even a problem for me. So he's got a brand new video that's something about awful. It's like abbreviated like awful girls or something like that. And I want to watch that one. And we're probably going to do it. Hang on, I'm looking at my planner. Because you guys voted that you want me to talk about the elf and psyop drama, so we're going to do that Thursday. I know I have been not posting my schedule as I should. I may do it Tuesday. We're going to talk about Epstein. And if I got time, I might squeeze the home math video in there. If not, that could be something fun to do Sunday night. I'm so up in the air and unplanned, so disorganized. Anyway, let me read this to you guys. So this is Credence by Penelope Douglas. This is the one that has incest in it. And it says, Tiernan DeHaas doesn't care about anything anymore. The only child of a film producer and his starlet wife. She's grown up with wealth and privilege, but not love or guidance. Shipped off to boarding schools from an early age. It was still impossible to escape the loneliness and carve out a life of her own. The shadow of her parents' fame followed her everywhere. She kind of sounds like Ghislaine Maxwell, which, by the way, her name is French and is pronounced Galen, but I'm American and it looks like it says Ghislaine, and I failed French in high school, so it's Ghislaine. When they suddenly pass away, oh wow, that's just so tragic. That's so plot. That's such plot. She knows she should be devastated, but has anything really changed? She's always been alone, hasn't she? Well, you think that would probably, evolve that character through the story, but it doesn't work like that in these books. Jake Vanderberg, her father's step-brother and her only living relative, assumes guardianship of Tiernan, who is still 2 months shy of 18. Sent to live with him and his 2 sons, Noah and Caleb, in the mountains of Colorado. Tiernan soon learns that these men now have a say in what she chooses to care and not care about anymore. As the 3 of them take her under their wing, teach her to work and survive in the remote woods far away from the rest of the world, she slowly finds her place among them, and as a part of them, she also realizes that lines blur and rules become easy to break when no one else is watching. One of them has her, the other one wants her, but he's going to keep her. It's pretty gross, huh? Pretty gross. A PDF for solo D&D play? Sledge, thank you! I just saw you tag me in that. Thank you. Oh, this is what Penelope looks like. We saw her last stream, but that's her. You guys remember, like, she wrote one book? I can't remember what the hell it was. She's written so many, but the person was, like, going off. She's the one that wrote the books that had, like, horse or dog names for all the men. And it was a whole, like, interchange of brothers that were just fucking her. And and their names were, like, Army, Dallas, and Iron. And they were just Dick and Braun. She's that author, if you remember that. Just Dick and Braun. That's all a girl needs. Oops. I went too far. Let's see. What are the reviews looking like? Too long. Oh, this review was hidden because of spoilers. You guys, we're gonna spoil it. And I know none of you are really gonna give a shit about reading a Penelope Douglas book, so I'm just gonna spoil. Because it was marked as a spoil. It is what it is. Alright? And this person, well, okay. I lost it. Oh no, here it is. We'll just read it. What the actual hell did I just read? Girl's parents commit suicide. Girl is placed under care of her father's stepbrother, who lives in the mountains of Colorado with his 2 sons. Right? We read that. Thank you. Girl spends winter hopping from one of their beds to the other before falling in love with the one who's a psycho. Here's why none of this worked for me. She says that and then it stops there. Okay, so it's a typical Penelope Douglas book where she's just dick hopping. Oh my god. No, just no. I don't think I've ever read anything so manipulative. Literally 3 men manipulate 1 teenage girl. That's it. That's the plot. It's only getting 2 stars because it was an addictive read, but for all the wrong reasons, and because of the scenery setting reminded me of Twilight. It reminded me of Twilight too. I think she chose Colorado because it's like, well, if I say Washington, if I say it's Forks, Washington, people will talk shit. So it's in Colorado. That's also cold and has a lot of woods. It was a whole bunch of nothing. What more did you need? She provided sex. Some of these girls who write smut for women, I'm just like, why don't you just be gay? I mean, it's, an idea. I like to write stories for women that help women get off. Like, that just sounds so gay to me. Like, listen, only women know how to get other women off. Okay, patriarchy. Like, come on. Come on. All right, what else is she saying? I knew It was a whole bunch of nothing. I knew what I was getting into, but if you're going to read this, don't go into it thinking it's a dark, smutty romance when it's just clear abuse after abuse. If I don't get shocked easily, I don't get shocked easily, but my jaw was on the floor with this one, and not in a good way. Dude, Penelope Douglas can ruffle some feathers, huh? She can rub some coochies the wrong way. You picking up what I'm putting down? Yes, this is the Starfish Princess. This is the one I said probably Starfish is in bed. Where'd she go? Oh yeah, I gotta click that. Penelope. Her biggest fantasy is to be a dick hopper, I think. I talk a lot of shit, guys. Penelope, what are you doing? Look, she's married too. Do you think she turned 40 and married herself? This is 2016. She's not bad looking. I think she's actually quite cute. But I don't have a dick, so she wouldn't hop on this. You know, she's not gonna hop on what I got, so. If she's the one, if you Google her pics, is kind of chunky. Oh. Ah, well, I mean, I'm not wholly against it. It just depends. Some people will hate spoilers even though they will never watch this thing. I'm sorry that I committed an egregious faux pas, but it's Penelope Douglas. Alright. What if the gay is actually a troon? Now, I have wondered this. Sledge has brought up something. This, how do you know they are not gay already? Because they write about dick hopping. A lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of men chasing after one woman every time. her swinger fantasies onto her work. See, now that's another thing. Is that I thought it was she might be a swinger. I don't know. I mean, I'm not knocking an author putting themselves in the story, because you almost have to a large extent, but you still want to have good storytelling skills and build that character, you know, or self-insert. I used to have a meme of like, you know, oh, this is just like a thin veil of the artist's fetishes. Which I'm not gonna hate on that. That's fine. Art's art, really. Transmedias. Oh, so I wanted to talk about that. So I do wonder how much of Booktok are TERFs. Because if you're a man writing in their genre, they lose their fucking mind. They gatekeep the shit out of it when it comes to the genders. But I do kind of wonder about the trans thing. Like, how would they feel about that? Because there's feminist TERFs, like, big time. Yeah, Music Lover gets it. But how do I not know if they're gay already? I mean, I don't know. Truthfully, but I only make the assumption that it's because they write so much about dick, but they're not good about writing a good male character, so maybe that could also be a sign of gay. I don't know. My gaydar doesn't really go off, though, with her. A publisher for Clara? Wait, why, Tony? What do you mean? What was I saying? What point was I making that you're talking about? Anyway, let's keep going. What's this? Hang on. I think I fucked something up. I did. This is not supposed to be here. That was that was in the wrong place. Anyway, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. No, I fucking no. We needed that. That was our thing. Hang on, I gotta bring that back. I thought I messed something up. It's okay. I gotta go get that back because that was her actual book. I thought this was an excerpt from Hooked, which Hooked I think is the dumbest of them all. So here's an excerpt from Penelope Douglas's book. And I'm just going to start in a random place, just as I do when I'm at Walmart, okay? Let's see. I place the third plate on the table and drop a fork and butter knife next to it, moving to the cabinet to put that fourth plate away. No, Noah says, kicking the fridge closed and dumping the butter and jam on the table. Put the fourth plate down. Caleb could show up at any time. I glanced at the table and then turned back to the cabinet, slipping the extra plate back aside. Caleb has a plate on the table. You're not eating? Yes, she is, Jake suddenly says, walking into the kitchen. He heads for the fridge and pulls out a pitcher of juice and places it in the counter center of the table. Wouldn't it be on the center of the table? Or places it in the center of the table, pouring himself a cup of coffee before he sits. I'm not hungry, I tell him. Moving to the sink, This is daunting. Is this how most fiction books are? I just don't read them, guys. I just don't read them. I don't really have enough mental comparison for this book, to be fully honest with you. But I do know it fucking stinks. Let's see. Moving to the sink, I rinse off the knife and a spatula Noah just finished with. You didn't have dinner, Jake points out. Sit. I'm not hungry. And before he says anything else, I stroll out of the kitchen and up the stairs. I feel his eyes on my back, and the farther I go away from them, the more I embrace myself for a confrontation. But he doesn't chase after me. He lets me go, and in a moment, I'm in my room, closing the door behind me. This is so boring. The truth is, I'm starving. Pangs hit my stomach, and the scrambled eggs I made while Noah was busy burning the bacon looked amazing. Luckily, Noah didn't press for much conversation while we were cooking, but if I eat with them, I'll have to talk to them. I'll wait until they're back outside and then scrounge up something. And then blah, 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 blah. What's this about Facebook? I rarely even use Facebook. Twitter seemed an efficient way to follow the news, and I got Instagram due to peer pressure to keep up with bunkmates from summer camps, whom I no longer remember. My thumb hovers over Twitter, and I know I shouldn't look. I'm not ready to face things. I tap the app on my screen anyway, and the notification feed updating. Condolences for your loss, says one person. So somebody died, I guess, but that was like really boring. They just believe Troons are women, but men aren't. Literally cognitive dissonance. Woo, I tell you what, brother. You're right. I used to know more about the knife and spatula. I need to know more about the knife and spatula. Like, do they have wooden handles? I wish I would know too. But because that would be more interesting. I'm team silicone and team wooden. I'm not team plastic. That's just my very important take on kitchen utensils. Even though mine are actually falling the fuck apart and I need new ones, but they're still kicking, alright? They're good utensils. I read that. I'm trying to catch up. It could be a pick, could be a stunt double. Sorry, I'm starting to get tired and my brain is shutting off really bad. Oh, Chaos is out of here. Chaos, you're probably long gone, but I hope you have a great night and thank you for being here. I just caught you said good night. Good night. That was a forever ago, probably. I still wanted to say it. Okay. So this one, let's move on to this one real quick. This is Butcher and Blackbird. And Butcher and Blackbird are two murderers who fall in love. It's like Dexter meets female Dexter, and they like having sex with each other and killing together. And it's it's very gory. It's like a horror movie love story. And it kind of seems silly, maybe even a little cute in some weird ways on the surface, but it's definitely kind of like up there with true crime shit to me, which is another thing that like kind of weirds me out about the female psyche. So this one is, when a chance encounter sparks an unlikely bond between rival murderers, Sloane and Rowan, the two find something elusive, the friendship of a like-minded, pitch-black soul. From small-town West Virginia to upscale California, from downtown Boston to rural Texas, the two hunters collide in an annual game of blood and suffering. one that pits them against the most dangerous monsters in the country. But as their friendship develops into something more, the restless ghosts left in their wake are only a few steps behind. Ready to claim more than just their newfound love, can Rowan and Sloane dig themselves out of a game of graves? Or have they finally met their match? So this is like in my opinion, one of the rare ones that don't have multiple males after the one girl. True crime is cool and interesting though. I never really got into it after I learned more about women who are super into it. Like I don't get like the appeal to it really. And a 10-inch chef's knife. I just have like cheapo Walmart chef's knives. I'm pretty sure mine are all dull now. The flakes from the pan make the food taste better. I actually use a stainless steel pot for like everything, and shit like burns to it all the time, and I gotta scrub it. But I don't know. Faking gay crime is better than true crime. That might be fun. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like this, like, if this was like kind of like campy and silly, I think I'd actually kind of like it. But it's a romance, and it really focuses on the gore and stuff like that. It's not like a slapstick horror movie, like an Art the Clown, like Terrifier or something like that. That's what like I would want it to be. And this one was like very liked. Iconic, amazing, out of this world, incredible. I could go on and on. The most perfect dark rom-com. I have really enjoyed the other books I have read by Bren Weaver, but she really outdid herself with this one. When I read the trigger warning, I was only mildly concerned, mostly because I genuinely thought one of the main characters was going to be a cannibal. And I can happily say, do not worry, because this is not at all the case. I'm actually kind of shocked that none of them were cannibals. The not so accidental cannibalism was actually a very funny addition to the book. Rowan, the MMC, had a lot to live up to with a name like that, and I can finally say that he did. What? His witty nature and overall character was love. It's like cry, heart hands, cry, heart hands. My man was obsessed. And Sloane, I love that she was a bad bitch and almost had normal people anxiety. What? Like, I'm gonna go ahead and read the I'm sorry, I got hiccups and all that. Is everyone being held at gunpoint to act like this book is good? What the fuck? So we're gonna go ahead and read an excerpt. And this exchange may look kind of weird, but I think they're talking on a phone. Or they're like texting on a phone. Let's see. Maybe this was not a good excerpt to choose. I just kind of chose one randomly off Amazon. So this is an exchange. Like they're talking in text, I think. Let's see. My brother Lachlan is going to draw from a hat. He'll text us both with the location. As soon as he does, the game is on. First one to kill wins. If neither of us finds a target within 7 days, it's a draw. Then I guess we'll have to rock, paper, scissors that bitch. A heavy lurch pounds my ribs as my heart rate spikes. You have a ridiculous advantage. I watch the dots flicker in our conversation as Rowan types his response to my message. Oh, I thought Rowan was the girl. And Sloane was the guy. Trust me when I say that Lachlan wants you to win, not me. I have no advantage here. He hasn't told me shit. My smile spreads. Michael Northman's desperate thrashing and quickened breaths fall into a hazy backdrop as I tap out my reply. I don't know you enough to trust you, and if I find out he's feeding you info, I'll kick your ass. Just laying that out there now, so just laying that out there now so we're on the same page, you know. The chilled air seemed heavier in the storage container as I watched the gray circles pulse in the lower left corner of the screen. I think I might want you to win now too, so I'm okay with that. Actually, this seems pretty well written. It's weird reading text messages in a book, but this seems kind of cool. I'm not gonna read it. Anyway, let's skip forward. Let's see. My grin widens a text from Butcher. Oh, that's right. His name is Butcher. Comes in on the heels of Lachlan's message. See, I told you so. See you in West Virginia, Blackbird. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. I had another excerpt. I forgot. Let's see, what's this? We're gonna read somewhere in this one. This is still Butcher and Blackbird. I mean, just because it's greatly written, it's still weird. I don't know. I'm just not the audience, as they would say. You're just not the target audience, eh? You're a little bit of a food snob, are you? Element. I mean, I can kind of be when it comes to seed oils. Yeah, I can relate a bit with that. I can definitely be that way. I'll be like, just use some butter. All right, tallow. We don't need those seed oils. What are you doing? See, I told you guys I care about your health, alright? Alright, let me read a random place here. So let's see, got a worthy guest today, huh? Lark asks the man's panic. Hold on, Lark asks as the man's panic bleeds through the connection. Sure do. The metal handle of my favorite Swan Morton scalpel cools my fingertips through the latex gloves. I keep wanting to like project like a Deadpool style person onto this character. A comforting kiss against my heated skin. The stain of concentration thins my voice to a thread as I focus on positioning the edge of the knife beneath the man's Adam's apple. He's a total shitbag. I guide the sharpened tip of the blade through the man's skin, maintaining a straight line as I press down and pass it through his flesh. He screams into a silicone sphere trapped in his mouth. Yeah. Rarely use oils. Yeah, same for me. Just use a wood chipper like normal, vigilante. Rowan is a kind of tree that should tell you he has a pole. Synthno State. I've got a solid stainless one from Walmart 20 plus years ago. I have to keep like replacing mine. Like I'll get like a $15 pan, and then after some time it wears out, and then I have to get a new one. It really sucks. I mean, I would like enamel cast iron, but like I can't afford that. Like eventually I will. If it would be nice if I can find one secondhand, because from what I understand, enamel cast iron is like the way to go. I'm gonna move on from this. We get the idea, because I got one more. This is written nicely. I'll give it that, but it's not my cup of tea, and I know I had to throw it in here. It's still part of Booktok. So, we got one more, and that's Hooked. I hate Hooked. Like, this is just... Can we see Emily? What she look like? Alright, well, anyway. This is Hooked. And this is a #1 New York bestseller. Haven't they all been? I actually don't know, but they're including that in this one. Just get plain cast iron. So when I get cast iron, I enjoyed his stream. I gotta get sleepies. Nathan, sleep good. Thank you so much for being here. Sleep good. Have a good day tomorrow. You guys, I enjoy cooking. I really enjoy cooking. I'm just poor. But I don't do cast iron because like my last cast iron pan I had, even though I did not wash it with water and I tried to maintain it, it's still rusted. So I just gave up on it and got a stainless steel one. What about car oil? What? Wait, what? Isn't like soybean oil used for cars? What is engine lubricant are they using? I forget the name of it. He looks like Moon Man. I mean, you guys are always welcome to give me advice on how to better my life. I listen, alright? Mansplain away. I think it's very sweet. I do. You got men who want to mansplain tend to be very good boys, and there's just no not denying that. The only person that denies that is very bad girls that are ugly and awful, and they usually be feminazis. A little rust is okay, just wipe it off before you cook in it. It wouldn't wipe off. I couldn't, it just, I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know. And I have like iron issues. Like I have an iron deficiency, and it's like using cast iron would be great, but I fucking apparently fail at it. You should get a whole lot of money. Hey, that's why we're working together to monetize my YouTube, brother, and we're going to do it. I at this point I actually don't know when you monetize it, because I've already passed. I got like over 700 people. That's crazy, you guys. Like I went up how much? Like 200, 300 people in like just a couple days? I don't know. I mean, you know, I do want to post like pictures of me like cooking stuff, not like of me. Like I'm going to stay anonymous because I don't want to die. I don't want to be killed. You know what I'm saying? But like I do want to like cook stuff and make pretty presentations and show it to you guys on Twitter, just so like my Twitter's not me just posting random memes and including myself in drama. Like I actually want like to share more with you guys. Grease it up a little after you wash it. Maybe that's what I did wrong. What is best to grease it with? Like guys, I can cook. I'm just not great with like cast iron. I've always just had stainless steel. Season it with animal fat or natural oil. You can wash it even with light soap. Make sure to completely dry it off with lint-free rag. You know, I might get another cast iron, guys. You are kind of inspiring me. Anyway, let's do this one, and then I'm gonna find somebody to raid on Rumble, okay? And we've gone like what, 3.5 hours? 3.5 hours? And I'm so happy that I've spent this time with you guys. I really have. I've really enjoyed. I'm really happy. My brain is shutting down. I'm getting tired. Okay. This is Hooked by Emily McIntyre. Can we see what she looks like? Oh wait, we did. See? I already forgot. So let's see. He wants revenge, but he wants her more. James has always had one agenda: destroy his enemy, Peter Michaels. She looks like the type of person to name someone Peter Michaels. When Peter's 21-year-old daughter, Wendy, shows up in James's bar, he sees his way in, seduce the girl, and use her for his revenge. It's the perfect plan until things in James's organization begin to crumble. Suddenly, he has to find the traitor in the midst. And his plan for revenge gets murkier as James starts to see Wendy as more than just a pawn in his game. I don't know why I'm reading it like that. Hang on, I see you sweethearts over there in Discord. I got you. There you go, I proved you. You're welcome in. Thank you guys for joining the Discord too. Like I hope it is a nice little retreat for you to post memes and just chat with people. All I ask is don't say the N-word, because it's not that I'm opposed to it. I don't care, personally. Especially if we were Rumble only. I don't care. I am not offended by words, but Discord could literally just ban me personally for allowing you to do it, and that's why. I do not like to censor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Genuinely, I am sorry. If this was Rumble only, you'll see in my old streams, if you go check me out, that's Rumble only. It's flown freely. Even though I really want my integrity of it as a streamer to stay intact, I personally just won't do it publicly. Alright. That's just how it is. I'm sorry. I hate so much having to censor because, like, I don't care. I think any race that's fragile to a slur is dumb. But I just thought I'd throw that out there, let you know. But I hope you make it your little home. Okay. Let's see. Intense and addictive love affair with the dark and brooding James. Oh my god, this is actually kind of making me think of Ashley Biden's diary. Do you guys remember when we read Ashley Biden's diary? That's what I read that started me doing the read streams, I think, wasn't it? I started with Ashley Biden's diary. And that was a hard read. Ashley Biden, she's got bad handwriting. Girl. Why? Alright. I lost my place, I'm sorry. Dark and brooding James. You remember, like, in her diary, she was, like, chasing after, like, the one dude who was married and he, like, didn't want her. He's like... basically, he was like, girl, you're just a fuck in my car. Come on. We're talking about Ashley Biden's diary, by the way. As much as she knows James is dangerous, Wendy can't seem to shake her desire for him. Oh, she's into the daddy type. Okay. But as their relationship grows more heated and she learns more about the world that he moves in, she finds herself unsure if she's falling for the man known as James or the monster known as Hook. So have you put it together? This is kind of Peter Pan-esque. Have you put it together yet? I just realized that's why that guy's name's Peter Michaels. Listen, I'm a little slow. Okay, I knew it's Peter Pan fan fiction, but I Peter Michaels, I just thought it was a stupid name. So these people like it, but I want to know who doesn't like it. First half was great and interesting and addicting and dark. The second half of the story got cheesy and eye-rolly and stupid, and the stupidity would not end, and I'm too tired and pissed to list the stupid. Girl, thank you for trying your... It's hard to wake up every day and woman, and I understand. Sometimes we get halfway through and then we give up at our womaning, and she gave us a little bit... She's a brave woman for what she said. Alright. It's so bad, I want to give you a 0, but that's not possible, so I give you a 1. God bless me with eyes, and I abused them. Man, we really hate it. 2.75 stars. I didn't love the male love interest. I know it's a dark romance, and he's supposed to be a villain, and I still wanted to find him more likable. This book did have fun, twisted, dark world. And I like the references to the original Peter Pan. And in this Johnny is like, bitch, what the fuck? I was inspired to read this by @the sequel nobody wanted on TikTok. They cut off a chunk of their hair every time the character in this book do or say something stupid. After their first video, which only covered the first 50 pages, I decided to comprise a list of the most whack-ass problems. Gross. Okay, hold on. Oh, we got a list. I'm gonna cherry pick some of the list. Okay, we're gonna that one. They do not have any conversations of substance. It's all about choking and fucking, and that's all they do. That's all a girl needs. Gooning on Booktok? What more do you need? This is women writing women for women. Women want to be choked like the vapid whores they are. I'm gonna get in trouble. YouTube's gonna ban. Damn it. YouTube's gonna ban me because I'm losing my mind again. Guys, it might be over. All of you new faces in YouTube, listen, it might be over. I should have never left my little Rumble home. I'm gonna make the women mad. Zay needs to crawl back under that big green Rumble rock where she came from. Let's read a little bit more. Hold on. Let's see. Forced her to go with him to a gala. She sees her dad, doesn't ask for help despite being kidnapped. No, she argues and bitches. She literally tells her dad that Hook popped her cherry. She thinks to herself that Hook is the only person who treats her in a valid way. That's actually really crazy. What if she's like the bratty type? Like, she's just like really bratty. Like, oh my god, Hook, what are you doing? Like, you're... What? Let's see, let's do another one. I'm gonna pick one up here. Hook keeps thinking about murdering Wendy's dad while he's on a date with her. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never seen Peter Pan. I've never seen, I think Robin Williams was in a live action Peter Pan movie. I've only seen, out of these Disney things, I have only ever seen, if my memory serves right, I have only ever seen Hercules. I've never, growing up, my parents did not want me to watch Disney, and as I got older, I just never bothered. So, I don't know. I guess Hook is a pirate that's bad. I understand what Peter Pan is. Like, he's some, like, forever boy who's like a Sandman or something, and he comes when the children are sleeping and whisks them away. And then there's something like that. It's something. Author's fetish, probably. I think it'll be okay on YouTube. You really think so? I don't know what's okay on YouTube anymore. I know over on Twitch. Oh, speaking of Twitch, thank you for the follow, Tenley TW. I'm probably saying that wrong, but you can blame my pitiful 2200 eyesight for that. But I am grateful to have you over there. I mean, people who go as far as to follow me on Twitch, I actually assume that you're following me everywhere, and that is actually really exciting. So, anyway, thank you for the follow over there. And all of you guys, I don't have alerts for it, but if you're newly following me on YouTube and you've newly come to follow me on Rumble, I am very grateful for you, and I hope that I keep you pleasantly entertained, and that we see more of each other, okay? I forgot that I need to shout that out. Not everywhere gives me alerts. Rumble's kind of jank to create alerts with, and I don't know if I can or how to set that up with YouTube through OBS, but it's definitely something I need to look into. They just fuck around and find out what's okay on YouTube. It's the way. I want to. I remember, like, back when I first really wanted to start streaming, and I was just too shy. The big fucking meme was to make fun of Muhammad to piss off the Muslims. And I was like, dude, I want to do that. I want to do that. And I was just too scared. And that was back then. I really wanted to stream Warframe. But I don't know, I was too shy. And then my friends, all years later, my friends that you see in the videos, in my streams on Rumble when we're doing games, they told me I would be a good VTuber. I was like, what the fuck's a VTuber? And then I fell in love with it. Like, being a VTuber, like, if any of you, I say this all the time, but I'm going to say this again because I think it's good advice. And I want to see people in my community happy, okay? But if you get an interest in and streaming, and you have, like, every excuse in the world not to, I want you to know that just like, I mean, look at the burnt peanut, okay? our Oshi Kirsha, I know a lot of us share the same Oshi, and mine is Kirsha. I love Kirsha. I don't get to watch her streams enough, but that Foxu, I love. Okay, but like being a VTuber it does help to keep you anonymous, especially if you have the wrong opinions, which I have the wrong opinions all the time, and people will. I mean, look at Kirsha. She's got to live in a bunker, right? Like. Negating the horrendous side of that, VTubing is fucking fun. There's so much fun. And I implore you, like, if you're interested in streaming, got every excuse in the world, just get you like a little PNG, find you something somewhere. You can find it for free. You can even like doodle yourself a stick guy, and do it. It's fun. It's really fun. You won't regret it. It'll be a learning curve to learn OBS and stuff like that, but like if you're in my community, I can always try to help you out with it. Even though like I have to like get help too, but I pretty well know it. Like right now, like I have a problem trying to understand how to put plugins in OBS so I can have like really cool backgrounds and kind of mess with like 3D perspective. So there's that. I found you through YouTube because I was watching Elfin Psyop drama. Say what? I'm a hooer? Hang on, when did I say I was doing that? So I'm going to talk about the Elfin Psyop drama on Thursday. I'm looking at my trusty Hello Kitty planner. You don't know it, but I can kind of make Hello Kitty wave at you like this because there's like a big picture of her on it. So, I don't know much about the Elfin Psyop drama intentionally, so I can react to it on stream Thursday. And you guys in my Discord server voted on it for me to talk about it this week, and I'm gonna do it. I don't want to become like someone that talks about drama or just a react streamer. Like I still am gonna do shit that just serves me. Like I think it's interesting and funny, and I just want to have a good time. But the Elfin Psyop drama, like people are telling me it's gonna freak me the fuck out. And one thing about it that I do know, and it's probably a spoiler, is that she distributed CP of herself and bragged about it. I might have known some other details, but that's the only thing coming to mind right now. And I don't know, guys. Like, seems like a pretty bad horror movie. And I'm going to subject you and myself to it. And we're going to do that Thursday. And if I don't do that home math video Tuesday because there's so much Epstein stuff I'm going to go through, then we'll do that if we got time on Thursday, okay? When we're talking about the Elfin drama. But Wednesday is going to be more Warhammer stuff as well, okay? I'm doing Warhammer Wednesday so I can learn the lore, and there's so many sweet boys that are crazy passionate about that. It's very sweet. So I definitely am going to be doing Warhammer Wednesday for a while, okay? Anyway, let's read some more of this. And then let's go ahead and like read some of the excerpts that I got. She liked the bunker too much to leave. Really? She could have moved out? Even worse, she's Pakistani. That's right. She was LARPing to the Groiper crowd as a full-on white girl. Talk about grifting. Like, people wanted to be pedantic with me about my use of grifter on Twitter recently. Like, hey, that's like straight up grifting. Like, she was like, hey, look, I'm your white fucking fed girlfriend, but I'm actually full-blooded Pakistani. Like, that actually, like... I don't know her. I did not really ever see her. And I don't want to like put her down. I will be going into it wishing to understand, and I will probably have a lot of pity for why she did the things she did. We'll find out, okay? I used to watch her because she would cover massive schizo related happenings like the Finder's declassified files. Oh, you'll have to tell me what the Finder's declassified files are. Now if you guys want me to like talk more about those things, whatever they are, or what have you, I do have stream suggestions, and I am always trying to make the time to fit those things into my streams. But I have limited time. Like, usually I actually go for like 2 hours, but tonight, like, we're going a little bit later. But I will have to wrap it up here in just a minute. I do technically, unfortunately, have to be up kind of early. I tried to DM you. Are you sure DMs are open? On Twitter, they are. Did you? Hang on. I have to keep them closed on Facebook. Or Facebook. I don't even have a Facebook. I have to keep them closed on Discord, unfortunately. Unless, like, you add me first or talk to me first publicly. Because I have had so many people from other VTuber Discords, it's some of mine, who want to message me to beg me to play their game. Or just say some sexual nonsense to me. Or just stuff like that. So I just keep my Discord DMs non-open to the public unless you add me first. So, like, people, because, like, sometimes somebody will message me something inappropriate in the middle of the night, and I will wake up and think that there's something wrong with my server, and that's why someone's messaging me. Do you get it? That's what I'm saying. That's why I do that. But you can do Twitter. Yeah, I mean, you can add me if you want to. I'm gonna read some of this to you. Pre-Epstein shit. Wow. Okay. Medicare has like 2 streams related to the Finders, which is kind of relevant now with the Epstein stuff, Pizzagate too. I wonder if that was one of the couple of streams I might have missed. I try not to miss Medicare because I don't know how much time on this earth that we have left with him. And I have a very soft spot in my heart for Jim, as we all know. Warframe, you say? Yeah, I used to really like Warframe. Going back to that, I see what Coast was asking. No, the Finders. I will check out his stream about it if I can find a stream. So we're gonna do one of these. One of these thingies. Random thing. We'll start here. Let's see. His voice is muffled as he speaks. Hold on, guys. I'm conducting business. You know how I am. I'm a business-oriented bitch. Alright, there you go. There you go, Stitch. I got you. Okay, let's see. His voice is muffled as he speaks around the roll of tobacco, but years of soaking up his words as gospel make him easy to understand. Rufus, known to the world as Rue, is the only person in my life worthy of my trust. He saved me from hell, and I'll never be able to repay that debt. But the courtesy only extends to him. Guys, I'm starting to actually feel like this was made by AI. Do you see like the dashes? Like we got a dash here, dash. Let's see, let's count 1, 2, 3. ChatGPT, now this is just my take, I'm not making accusations here. ChatGPT, one little way you can tell, if you didn't already know it, is that they'll use these like dashes instead of commas. Like, under my hand 8 years ago, dash the day I turned 18. I mean, I guess it's kind of fitting, but it'll use it sometimes when a comma would do. And it starts to kind of be stand out to me, like AI might have helped, which really takes the soul out of it. Let's see, let's skip somewhere else, like here. We're at. Sometimes I truly believe Rue thinks he's untouchable. It makes him sloppy. Makes him trust too easily. Allows people to get too close. Luckily he has me, and I'll slice my knife deep into the belly of anyone who tries, revealing at how the life drains from their eyes while the blood drips into my hands. I guess when you've experienced the things I have, you learn quickly that immortality is only granted through people's memories. This is boring. I don't know shit about Peter Pan. I'm gonna move on. Posted the Finder stream. Thank you so much. I am very grateful for that. I might even like listen to that as I'm getting ready for bed once we get off stream, guys. I'm very curious about this Finders thing, this pre-Epstein shit. Anyway. Later on, we're not gonna do it tonight, but there'll be, because I don't have time for it. I had some extra stuff just in case we finished early, and it's stuff I still want to talk about with you guys in the near future, but I'm not gonna do it tonight. But in the near future, I would like to talk to you guys about the Sinners and Stardust fiasco, and I'll give you a little teaser on what that was, just in case you don't know. But the Sinners and Stardust convention thing was a bunch of women that were sexually assaulting men. And it was all Booktok related. And we'll save that for another time. I got so much already to go through. Have you guys noticed yet that I don't have a very good executive function? I'm sorry. Bear with me on that. But we'll save this one for another time. And because it was Booktok related. This person right here, if you know who Evie Lupine is, listen, I may be subscribed to her. Don't judge me. Alright? I'm just a curious girl. I'm gonna leave it at that. We're not gonna worry about who Evie Lupine is, but shout out Evie Lupine, okay? And if you're here judging me, because you know who she is, I'm just a curious girl, alright? I'm being vague on purpose, I'm sorry. Dasher underscore. Yellow! Talking about commas. Hang on. I got new followers? Oh my god. Tinley, Music Lover, Insalen, Lemmy D, Chaos. Who else? Astro Boy. That was yesterday. Thank you for the new follows on Rumble, you guys. And then I can't fully see who all followed me on YouTube, but I'm gonna try. Cause YouTube actually keeps that private a lot of the time, so like I can't really tell you. Oh, and here I really can't tell you either. But thank you for any of you that were newly following me tonight, and all of you that found me recently. I am so very grateful for having this time with you, and for your support, for you hanging out with me and letting me entertain you with shit that I find ridiculous. I'm happy for you, or I'm happy to have this time with you. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I can't even fucking speak. Alright, but who should we raid? There's not many people alive. Not many people. I could send you to We Are the Show. We Are the Show. Great guy. Talking about the news. Especially if like I'm talking about topics, I think he's a great one to send you guys to. I do have some VTuber homies like Orion, who's playing some games. Hang on. Physics is going. He's making a map in Halo. Jada. Ooh. Hips going. Daimao. Melee's doing Lord of the Rings. Like, please no more dolphins. I think I'm gonna do We Are the Show. If you want to see how like cozy and cool Rumble really is, I think We Are the Show is like a good example of that. Rumble has a real, I'm gonna say this for all the people who are new and you probably don't really fuck around with Rumble, you don't really care about Rumble, or Rumble's too laggy. I get it. That's just like where I started at, so it's just my little home that I'm always gonna care about. It is a very political site. I mean, even the political people get tired of it being political. And that's why gaming streams are refreshing. But We Are the Show, if you like Salty Cracker and shit, even Kirsha maybe. Like I don't think you'd be disappointed with good old show. So I'm going to send you guys all to We Are the Show. Let's see what's he doing here.
The person
What's he
believe the
doing?
person, but the system won't protect them. This is the ugliest reason, and it happens more than people want to admit, especially in abuse cases.
The libertarian
trauma
redheads post. I know it might be some kind of drama or some shit coming on. It has been your privilege. I didn't mean to say it like that if I did. But yeah, politics can be really draining. For me, like it could be like really blackpilling, especially like with Epstein calling everybody hey, let's go over here. Especially with Epstein calling everybody cattle and goyim, and I try not to be someone that's like the Jews, because I know not everybody wants to sit and discuss conspiracy theories regarding Mossad and all that, but the way that Epstein like refers to us goyim as cattle and all this and that, and I already have this heaviness over my soul about the elites and how they're always trying to control our lives, and just how fucking annoying Bill Gates is, and the shit that George Soros has done and is doing and is still alive and still doing, and then what his son Alex is going to soon do. And it's gonna all get like really blackpilling. And that's another reason why I tell you to not take me as seriously as I take myself, because it's all very it's daunting. And I'm also a deeply unserious person. I'm a very unserious person. My wings? Oh, yes. Oh, that's right. You guys, like, I have to tuck them away. Just so you can see them. These are my wings. I'm not a succubus, if that's what you thought. I just look really good. But I'm a fallen angel, okay? Fallen. Alright. Why I fail, I'll never tell. But this is the time where I have to say goodbye. But we got to hang out for like nearly 3 whole hours. And as you see, I still got tons more material if we want to come back to Booktok stuff in the future. And you will not be disappointed about the Stardust and Sinners or whatever convention where it was like fat BDSM chicks that were like glomping and all over these dudes that were cosplaying book characters. I just wish there was like more pictures and videos about it. I even had like Sleepless Mary from Culture War. What's Tim's other? It's Culture War, right? I just watched that for Mary. I even got her talking about it. But Evie Lupine, she does a better analysis of what happens. And because she's part of the BDSM community, she also like speaks about the problems of like not consenting to kink and all that in a public setting. Like I thought it was quite interesting. So heck of a stream. Oh yeah, success stream is success. YouTube algorithm, crazily enough, success because of my new Uber mention that has blessed me with their presence tonight. So I'm gonna finally send you to We Are the Show. And for those of you who don't like Rumble, it's all good. I get it. I'm not trying to twist your arm here. I just like to send you guys off to people I think are pretty cool when the opportunity arises. But I love you guys also very much. All my my core people, all the new people. Thank you for being here. I should be playing on streaming tomorrow night. Hopefully I can. And tomorrow night is going to be a continuation of the Warhammer stuff, and it's going to be Sisters of Battle stuff. Because I didn't get to really finish all that last time, and then I had to cancel. I don't have my schedule written down anywhere, but Tuesday we're going to do Epstein. Wednesday is Warhammer, and then Elfin Psyop Drama on Thursday. And if and when I can, keep an eye out for 11 a.m. Eastern, and I'll try to stream more Hightail, but I can't make any guarantees because sometimes like I sleep in and that, or I have to work early, so I don't know. I'm trying to squeeze in more gaming stuff, okay? All right. I will send you to the show now, okay? Here you go. YouTube. You can have a link to Rumble if you want to check it out. Here's your opportunity to check Rumble out. It's a little jank, but I mean, you can really get away with anything there, so we love it anyway. And for Rumble, guys, I'm gonna send you We Are a Show, and you be wonderful boys to him. Okay, you give him lots of like. We show a lot of love. And I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow night. Alright? Please take care of yourselves. I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye!